What up, everybody? Welcome to another edition of Modern Playbook Saturday Night Live. Here with a bunch of heathens, a bunch of knuckleheads. We got the one and only Marco from Tales from the Dark Side. We've got, of course, everybody's favorite lawyer, Nico. Sleepy Jean is in the house. What up, Sleepy? We got Steve from My Bargain Comics. If you guys aren't checking up My Bargain Comics for those kick-ass blogs, I don't know what's going on. And the one and only Ultra Maximus from Drunken Chat Son is in the house.
Brian, can we play your sick-ass intro?
Which intro is that? Like we know what we're doing. Like we know what we're doing. Something. Jesus Christ. What's going on, guys?
I like that. That was good stuff. Hey,
thanks
for having me.
I know, dude. This is turning into like another one of those nights where usually in the past I was like, Friday night on fucking podcast, fuck you, I'm going to the bar, right? And now it's Friday night, 2 podcasts, all right. Now it's Saturday night, another podcast, all right. I'll be there. We're getting old when the podcasts are turning into our Fridays and Saturday nights.
Man, where I'm at, there's no bar after 11, so I don't know what you guys are doing, you know?
Yeah, well, that's why we come and drink on Drunken Chat and Saturday Night Live, man.
Belly up, fellas.
God,
it's just good to be with friends.
We gotta get going. We gotta get back to it. We were just reminiscing before the show about, some of the good times, and we really got to I miss the floors, I miss the digging. We got to get going here, guys.
Yeah, but you guys out there on the East Coast, you guys still have digging. I know I complain about it all the time. I don't got shit. I have nothing. I have one record store and a flea market, dude.
That's all we need. First off, not East Coast, Midwest. Just because you see us in the East Coast doesn't mean we don't travel.
Are you east of the Mississippi or west of the Mississippi?
Oh, come on, get out.
Marco is.
Yeah,
Marco's from that up north.
Yeah,
that up north state that we
it's
don't
about
talk
driving, though, right? I mean, Sleepy, how far do you drive to dig?
That's
a bad question because you're lazy.
Unless it's a big con, I'm only going like an hour.
Yeah,
I'm not a mercenary level.
Where's Carter when we need him?
Ugh.
Yeah, I gotta go 3 hours every time I get in the car, but it's worth it. You know what I mean? To go someplace new, to see new stuff, and if I'm really what's what I'm looking for, jonesing, I'll call Carter and be like, "Where have you been?" So I don't go there. What city have you not traveled to recently?
You know what though? You, me, Mercena, Keith, who's been on some podcasts with us.
Don't forget about Sean.
Sean
is painful. Stein's in this area, man. Dude. Stein's in this area.
But the 4 of us, the 5 of us have been at the same show, and we still
half
come
price
away
crook
with a stack like that. And we're like, did you not see this book? Who had that? Wait, did you not see this book? Who had that one? Wait, what? Who had that one?
That's why you guys have to move like a pack of locusts with each other.
No.
There would be no books left in the shop after you left.
Dude. You see me, if you I've been digging with Mercenary, or we've been allies for a long time, and when I would see him,
don't forget about Patrick, who I've never met in person, but is a beast. I know he's a beast because I know the books he talks about.
He's like, which boxes did you go through? Because I'm not even gonna bother, But I think Steve could suffice to say that whatever you think you got, there's somebody behind you that is going to be like, oh, you missed this one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a point in digging, and I think I've been at shows with most of you guys. There's been points of digging where you're like, you get tired of leaning over and have your butt crack air out or whatever, or somebody kicking you in the back.
I'm too old, dude. My knees hurt.
But the next thing you know, you get up and you get a little lazy in a box or two, and then Sleepy's behind you going, oh, Marco, missed this one. You're like, yeah, man, my backpack's already, for those that know me from cons, I always famous for carrying around that overflowed backpack. My backpack's already full. All my boxes are already full. What do you want out of me, dude? I've already, and then you disappear, right? Like all of a sudden you won't see Sleepy or you won't see
you're like,
Nico.
hey, did you see this one? And you turn around and they're like 5 tables over talking to somebody else.
Right.
It's like,
I feel like we have plenty of digging, and like I'm in Maryland, and so I get to Pennsylvania and Virginia, but we have the opposite problem. Like I get jealous when I hear about you guys with the flea markets and the open air markets and all that. We have very few of the flea markets and almost like no swap meets or anything like that. So,
well, I mean, I'll tell you, they're not always in the nicest of places. Like in some of them are like by ear, like you have to spend the years putting it in. I mean, out here, like, I mean, people like you're going to go places, you're going to know almost 90% of the people that are there.
Yeah.
Right? And then it just comes down to like, are you first? And like, yeah, a lot of times we are.
Or do you just know of something that they might know about, might not be on to right now?
Have any of you been in a murder house before? Because I think that's just strictly limited to West Virginia.
Are we still talking about the legend?
Have you been back?
The legend?
I went. I went back and got a giant size X-Men 1.
And we got gorgeous condition. Beautiful condition.
It presents better than it is because there's a divot on the back that goes like, but we'll see what my buddy can do with it. It's also only got one staple. But
now
ready?
Factory
you
one
can
staple?
replace those.
Factory one staple. No, it's a factory one staple. There's no holes. What's up? Yeah, who cares?
That's pretty cool. That happens. That actually happens a lot.
But I don't know how that's going to impact pressing a giant size Bronze Age book. Like, you know what I mean? Is that going to influence it, or
it's going to make it a little bit easier to press on that one side, whichever one does not have the staple.
Yeah, exactly. You
So,
don't have to be as delicate on that.
Is this what we're talking about now? We're talking about worst case scenarios because, like, you're crying about a murder house, and you can verify this with W. Yeah. We were locked in a storage unit. Somebody came and locked the storage unit. Hey guys,
wait, what?
So I'm going to lock you in here while you're digging through this. I'll be back in 3 hours. Okay. Then that one. Then to the house where
I've never heard this one before.
Oh,
wait, back up one
second. We don't
second.
talk about it a lot because, like,
1 second.
So
now's the time to ask me questions because I've been drinking enough.
George,
my wife has already told me on the third level, like, keep it down because you're.
It's like Randy
Nico?
on an episode of South Park. He comes back, he's just all disheveled, like, huh? It's
Did
only
you guys
been
meet
3 hours.
Jigsaw? Did Jigsaw pop up and ask you if you wanted to play a game?
Nico had an isotoner stuck to that giant size X-Men #1. I'm not sure if it fit or not, but I'm just saying.
No way, man. No way, man.
I'm just saying.
No, I mean, that's it. Like, I love it when Brian and them are like, we've got no places left to hunt. Like, oh, have you been locked in the storage unit before? Or have you been in the one where they
I'm so pampered down here. I have a chain store. I have a chain store that's about to relocate to another location. I have a location that I used to work for that is now been in business for almost 40 years. So they got long boxes for days and a dollar room. And then I've got my in-laws out of state that have a humongous store 3 minutes from their house.
Yeah, that's the weekday stuff, bro. We're talking weekends. We're talking about losing our whole weekend.
Yeah, you know,
our kids not knowing their names anymore, that type of stuff.
I spend more time at home during the weekends, and honestly, I'm ditching a car meet to hang out with you guys tonight.
All right, so people probably didn't show up for our horror stories. Maybe they did. But do you guys want to get into substance?
Yes.
Because Ultra put together a slideshow that I think provides credibility to this whole ragtag group of lunatics in a way that we've not enjoyed in a long time.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Do you guys like movies and TV, like news, like is
like spec, like
like other segue into what I've got because
you like green,
a Sagoo,
a
Sagoo.
Yeah. All right, how do we do it? Brian's smart. He'll figure it out. Yeah.
Oh crap! It's already up.
There we go.
Well, okay, since already up. Yeah. So you guys, you heard the news the other day, right?
Yeah.
I like this news. I love this news.
I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know.
Well, they got 10 episodes ordered for a series.
Yeah, I'm all about the Green Lantern. The Green Lantern universe is one of my favorites, man. And if we can get some Jeff Johns stuff in there.
Play.
But did you hear the team that they're using?
Yeah. I think it's a good mix of new and old.
It's Guy Gardner is going to be the Green Lantern of Earth, behind Alan Scott with Simon Baz and Jessica Cruz. So you have Green Lantern fandom pissed off that Guy Gardner is the Green Lantern that they chose over Jon Stewart, over Hal Jordan. So,
but I think they're saving Jon Stewart for the movie. If that is ever going to happen.
Wait.
Or they could be saving them for, season 2, right?
So
no, I would rather
hold up a second, because you guys do remember what they're doing with the Snyder Cut. The Snyder Cut's being turned into a multi-episode HBO Max series. So they're stretching out the Snyder Cut into what could be a season. All right,
DC Universe Justice League type thing.
Yeah. So now that Scott Snyder's back on with his pet project, and I'm really pulling for DC to do something big, because this is nuts. All right, but and I like the comments in the chat tonight that are talking about this becoming GL Core.
That's
because
it definitely is.
Well, yeah, I mean, we already know what it's going to lead into, but I like the way that they're going to pay homage to a whole bunch of dark stuff before they get there. And I think even if they don't do a homage the way that I think they're going to do it, there's still enough Green Lantern material going on that they got a ton of stuff to pull from. But who in here has the first appearance of Green Lantern?
No, thank you.
You have a first appearance of which Green Lantern?
Which Green Lantern?
I was going to say, not Alan Scott, but...
I was about to say,
listen, one day if I hit the lottery or maybe get hit by a semi-truck, either one, I'm in.
I wouldn't even want the Alan Scott, honestly. I mean...
Oh my God, it's such a rare Golden Age book.
I actually have a cover list for it, though. Incomplete Green Lantern 1 from 1940.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah. Now that's like a book I would care about, because I don't feel like Alan Scott, anybody even knows who that is.
Bro, All American Comics 16 is arguably
for all your old Dusty friends. You and your Dusty buddies, Nico.
I guess
all right.
What is this selling for? Hold on. What is this selling for right now? Let's just end this conversation right now.
We're on the Modern Playbook, Nico.
Okay, so a copy underperformed. I want to say it sold for $20,000. It was the only copy that came up in the last 2 years, and they thought it might have sold for 25, and they thought it was going to sell for 40 or something crazy. You'd have to look. It's on a prior heritage report from your buddy.
Ultra, give us the better.
I want to reassure you guys of a bunch of things. If there's any drunken sharks that have followed us from Junk and Chat that are watching, they're cleaning out eBay as we speak. So good luck on that. But this is probably a little bit more of an attainable book now, because it's still expensive.
It just went up a shit ton more.
Well, because
I think I might have one actually.
You have a first Guy Gardner, because he's not the favorite.
He's the ugly one.
He's really not the favorite GL. All right. But
he becomes a favorite character, but not a favorite GL.
It's like if you said Carrot Top was your favorite comedian, and people would look at you like, "Excuse me."
He's literally the red stepchild of Green Lanterns. Like that.
Well,
have you ever heard of Gallagher, sir?
Yeah, of course I've heard of Gallagher and his brother and the lawsuits that ensued. So, but here's the thing. Guy Gardner definitely was the Green Lantern that was around when I was picking him up in the 80s as a kid.
Yeah.
When I first started getting
into
comic books. Yeah, 80s, 90s, the Green Lantern Volume 2 stuff. But do you guys know that Simon Baz is another character? So when Ms. Marvel was getting all the attention at Marvel, Simon wasn't getting as much attention, but he is a Muslim-based character, I believe. So there is that going on for him. He's also a left-handed gun shooter, which for any of the lefties, that's kind of wild, because most people, if you're right-handed, you shoot with your right hand. And if he's got the ring on his right hand and the gun on the left, he's the uniqueness of him carrying the gun was always something that was kind of like
Weird.
out there. Yeah,
It's weird.
and then
Is that like a blazing? Is that like a blazing saddle situation? Like
You mean
this is my
mildly racist?
look at this hand.
you
But-
know,
that one looks good. Yeah, but this one's my shooting hand.
I don't know what the writer was thinking. I'm not the writer. I'm not the the creator of the character or the designer. So I can't speak for any of those guys. But I can say this. They did jump on with Jessica Cruz, but she's got the most stupid first appearances. All right.
Yeah.
We're
It's
gonna
like
get
Doomsday.
Yeah, oh God, it's
Even worse.
It's
Actually
worse.
worse.
It's
Yeah.
worse than Darkseid. It's worse than Doomsday. It's worse than Wolverine.
I don't know if it's worse than Darkseid, but
It is worse.
It is worse.
Yeah, because at least with the dark side, when we get an idea what he looks like.
Well, you got
I'll
the
get
first
it.
appearance of a
I
human.
got the slides.
versus
but
first- yeah, go ahead.
Here's the big bomb drop for a lot of people, and this is going to be like the shattering of glass if you've ever had something get completely ruined for you. Hal Jordan was not supposed to be the original Green Lantern of Earth, and if you know your timeline and your DC timeline, and this is news to me too because I did a whole bunch of research just putting all this shit together. Booster Gold actually has to come back in time from his future and get Guy Gardner to go visit his dying father instead of being where he is, to get him further away from Abin Sur when he crash lands on Earth dying, and prevents him from being close enough to the power ring, puts Hal Jordan in position, and Hal Jordan gets the ring. Here's the speculation that I'm pulling for this series is I think they may not introduce Hal Jordan in this timeline. I think we may get the first Green Lantern timeline before Booster Gold comes back, and we may be seeing what the Earth with Alan Scott being the original, Golden Age Green Lantern, and then
Sinestro as a Green Lantern.
Yeah, Sinestro is a Green Lantern, of course, all that stuff happening, but we may be seeing Guy Gardner, and I think we might actually see the Guy Gardner over this 10 episode. We may see him elaborate on all of his, going through whatever changes he does, but eventually Simon Baz and Jessica Cruz being the at the helm, because we do know a couple of things that I like Guy Gardner for a couple of reasons. He's got some cool things about him, but of course he's again not the typical Green Lantern. If you look online, Guy Gardner #1 shows him with a yellow power ring because he
what a garbage cover.
Oh my gosh!
Thank you.
It's the 90s, man.
But I think everybody
that was a kick-ass cover in the 90s.
Yeah,
man.
everybody through the 90s knows that cover. You're
So-
this guy's a hard ass.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, thigh gap and what are those
Whoa,
boots?
bro!
The girls
the
wear?
hairy boots like the
Tim's.
Uggs.
Look, man.
Uggs.
There's
No, chicks don't just wear Uggs.
they look like Thor boots. Oh, thanks, Tom Brady.
So
Not just Tom Brady.
Guy Gardner got really
I'm raising
cool.
kind of a chick.
So despite all the trash talking here with his G on his, because he's an OG, you know what I'm saying?
Danzig wore Uggs.
He goes through this huge phase, and all this stuff. But one of the coolest things about Guy Gardner lore,
Those were Tatankas.
did you guys know that the Green Lantern had a Black Ops Corps?
What?
I don't even know what that means.
Special powers. That's
So
kinda
wait, hey
cool.
Maximus, can I ask you a
Oh
question?
yeah, he got the power ring, right? Didn't he get the power ring or something like that?
Well, look. So Green Lantern Corpse, like dead body, is their Black Ops team. They don't have the green power ring, and they are given this little black dot thing, and these are special powers that are appointed by the Guardians themselves. So this is where the Guardians are like, hey, I need you to go eradicate these species, but I need you to keep it hush, type of thing.
Yeah, put a shield over your ring.
Well, they don't have a ring at all anymore. So basically, they turn in their ring, and then the Guardians give them this, and that is how they have access to the powers. That's a completely separate Guy Gardner story. So
he's saying like it's kind of like in the military when you hear about the black hoods and stuff like that. Like that's what they try to do here. Like you got to remember some of this Green Lantern stuff. like it's not just a police force anymore. They were really turning it in the 90s into a militant type force when they were telling the storylines.
Yeah.
And they were trying to do like that like crazy tin hat thing where people would come in the middle of the night and there'd be these special force people that would come in and take care of the bad guys. That type of stuff.
He basically turned in his name, turned in his rank, turned in his ring, and they gave him this Black Ops ring.
Yeah.
Or
no
Black
name,
Ops
no
power.
number.
Yeah. You know, and dude, this is probably some of the best like story grabbing material that if HBO is going to be as dark as they're going to be, which hopefully they do, because they need to be. They need to be on that darker edge of stuff in order to really kind of take a ding and get their marketplace back.
What's darker though than Blackest Night or Red Lantern?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and how else are they going to set up that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
They got to go into Red Lantern stuff eventually.
This would be good precedence for that.
I think Maximus is right on this. Like, think about how creepy they can start making it of breaking down. I mean, it's not breaking down doors because it's space, but like, like going out there and there's a lot of socially conscious storylines that they can integrate into this Green Lantern storyline where they start the Black Orb.
Plus Jeff Johns loves his own stuff, and I mean, look who they're using, right? They're using Jessica Cruz and Simon Baz. Jeff Johns created both of them.
Yep.
Right.
It's not a far stretch to think he's going to use his own stuff that he developed.
But the Booster Gold thing is always an out.
And he did write that Booster Gold series, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. But whatever happens, where Booster Gold is just like, okay, hey, you know what? I'm going to go back and fix this in the timeline, and he goes back. They can fix and erase this entire timeline from happening if they so choose, which is wild.
Yeah.
But I still want people to know the Sinestro Corps.
Oh, I love this book.
So, that's really where Green Lantern lore, kind of like all the Spectrum War and all that stuff.
Rebirth
started.
is I think the place where it started, but I get where you're going.
Yeah. So
that's an Sinestro Corps book. By the way, I talked about that way back on Comic Book Wars. There's like 4 printings for it, and they all have different person on the cover, but it's the same pose. Those books are really hard to find, like in high grade. If you can get them in high grade, they're very sought after. It's a one shot. It's a one shot.
For anybody banking on the guy Gardner with the yellow ring, when you're going and looking for this book, you're going to also want to check to see there's DCU variants for some of these books too.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
that one on the right is terrible.
Guy Gardner Warrior.
They're all kind of terrible.
So that is the first issue of the Warrior
of
series where it takes over and Guy Gardner becomes the Warrior, and it's like that's 90s nostalgia at its finest, man.
Totally.
Absolutely.
But hey, real quickly though, Maximus, if we could, I think Comic Jumps in the comics got a point. Yes, this is like Guardians building, right? Like this is world building, what they're going to do in here. When you think about the mindset of what's going on with the Lantern Corps and everything like that, he's right. And when you start building, not that one up from
that.
This is the one that I want to see more than any.
Well, they can get there too through this story because that's part of it.
Because of the world building, because of this. I mean, this is really the truth. Like when you come with this and you start doing this word, it opens up so much of the possibilities. And I think that's kind of where DC goes in a little different direction, is that it's kind of like the Trek Star Wars thing, right? Like Trek is world building. Star Wars is like, we're in a world.
How Star Trek Discovery resetting timelines and establishing different branches and things like that. It's going to be the same thing.
Let's talk about more stuff that comic people would understand other than you Trek nerds.
So
like Guardians of the Galaxy and cosmic stuff versus like the Avengers stuff.
This is big issue right here.
This is probably one of the biggest keys in Green Lantern history because Atrocitus and Larson.
This is crazy. Like, how many of you guys were picking these out for $1 or $2 for years?
Because they were always mispriced, and then I missed them and let customers get them when they were mispriced, and then I always got overcharged for them, so I never picked them up. But this is that story where Guy Gardner goes from Green Lantern to Red Lantern. He gets Atrocitus's power ring, and is probably OP as all get out. So, yeah, I mean, Green Lantern 25, the whole Sinestro Corps war, and then the Spectrum Wars with Bryce Day.
Now, how would you guys relate that type of power to a Marvel character for somebody that's not familiar with DC?
Somebody who's got the
Serenity.
What would you say? Power Stone?
Like one of the
Power Stone.
One of the Infinity Stones or something.
Every one of the Spectrum is going to be a different, it's going to have a different effect on people. So,
right.
Anger, right? It's anger.
Which is how the Infinity Stones work. Different, Steve, you think?
I mean, it's kind of the same thing. It's a different color, material, basically. But he's amped up off of people's anger, and they're basically focusing all of the anger into strength. Green focuses will into strength and to constructs. Blue focuses love, I believe.
No, that's purple is love.
Purple's love.
And
all the different colors represent a different effect on a person. So red, when he's got Atrocitus' power ring and he's focusing all the anger in the universe, and that's why he's bleeding through the mouth, I guess, because he's overloading with power. I mean, this book still it sells for sick amounts of money as it is. So
this book has gone up double in the past since the beginning of this year. This book has gone up double,
and it's probably because the Green Lantern group that tried to get me joining with my regular account.
Oh yeah,
and I unfortunately I couldn't.
Were they buying them up?
I don't know, man, but there's a Green Lantern group that was talking about this HBO show that was obviously
it's been talked about for a year.
So all right, you guys like controversy? Because I like controversy. Because controversial first appearances.
Please tell me you're doing Jessica. Yeah. Okay, now let's hear your opinion. Show it first, and then let's hear these guys that were like,
okay,
as bad as.
Yeah,
right. I know what my opinion is.
So everybody sees the list here, right? Everybody sees the list. The first arm, and I'm saying it, the first arm of Jessica Cruz is in Green Lantern 20.
Okay.
Her first cameo is in Justice League 30. Her first full appearance and as Power Ring is in Justice League 31. Justice League number 50 internally is her first appearance as Green Lantern.
Right.
Green Lantern's Rebirth is her first cover as Green Lantern.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question, Maximus?
That's a great list.
Maximus, what do they label GL20 over there at the CGC as? Do you know?
Well, we're going to get to that.
Jeez.
But I do want to remind everybody that there's a couple of different things. There's the 1 in 25 incentive, which is the black and white sketch on the left. You have your regular cover A in the center.
And also
that combo pack on the right-hand side. And the combo pack is probably more on par with a 1 in 50 to a 1 in 100 ratio because of how under ordered they were.
And also that is it's a square bound book, and it was like a $6 cover.
$6.99, I believe.
Yeah,
it was big.
Yeah.
It was big.
And it's card stock, so it can be a tough 9.8. Same thing with that GL25. That's like a super sized issue. So all that's kind of like all new Marvel Now 0.1 type page count. And
can we talk about why DC just automatically does the square bounds and Marvel will not do a square bound for a 50-page book? They just don't give a crap about the quality.
You need 2 seconds to explain that. Marvel is cheap.
Yep. Yeah, I mean,
movies make
let's
money,
just put it
not
out
comic
there.
books. Movies make money, not
crazy.
comic. That's
DC does make some great. They understand quality.
Marvel's DC variants,
whatever.
The DC cardstock variants, I've noticed more and more of them kind of being rejected for being bad. So they've been making it to the store in better shape for the most part. But it also depends on who your DC distributor is at the moment, because I think there's a couple of them available. But all right, so this is the one that everybody, man, there's people bidding this thing up like $80 right now for the 1 in 25.
This was, for a long time, this was the book. Until the word got out of people that actually read the comics.
But wait, it says it right here, man. It says it right here, right on the cover. that
this guy's on top of it.
This is the first appearance of Jessica Cruz in one panel cameo, face not revealed.
Show me the panel.
Hit that full screen. So there's Simon Baz right there, right? And then the panel beneath it, you're looking at the forearm, wrist, and fist of Jessica Cruz.
Not even a full forearm. Not even a full forearm.
But he says the name Jessica, and in this little box to the right, it actually says Jessica Cruz right
Here
there.
we go.
Jessica Cruz.
Here we go.
But you see her fist. So when I say this is the weakest first appearance I've seen in my life, I am not kidding, because this is the weakest first appearance I've seen in my life.
No, that one's better than Doomsday.
If it's a first appearance, but it's still pretty bad, man.
But the Doomsday was just a fist. They didn't even say his name.
It doesn't actually say Cruz, I don't think. I think it just does say Cruz. If I remember the page correctly, it says something about
it says Jessica.
Simon Baz says Jessica in his whiteboard bubble.
Yeah, Jessica. Not even her last name.
And then the narrator was Jessica Cruz. Says that in the green colored panel box.
Big shout out to everybody that's watching in the live chat. There is 44 live viewers right now on a Saturday night. Much love. Thank you to everybody that showed up tonight. All you guys on the Modern Playbook. Steve, Sleepy, Marco, Ultra, Nico. We appreciate everybody in the live chat. Much love.
Yeah, and David SNMC had a good comment that there's also a newsstand of this. I think I have one. Yeah, so that's probably the most challenging.
I can't believe there was a newsstand during this.
Yeah,
there is a definitive stop to when they were doing the newsstands.
Oh yeah,
if you go on the CGC boards, it's pretty easy.
It was in Rebirth.
It was Superman 10, which is a
pretty good issue to have for a go out, if you ask me. But anyway, let's get
this. Real quickly, this is a long book too. Like, isn't it like 60 pages? If I remember correctly,
yeah, it's square-bound.
It's a huge book. Yeah, square-bound, but still, I mean, like, Marvel would put square-bound.
All right, but if you're gonna be that guy hedging your bets on Jessica Cruz appearances for this TV show, this is gonna be a book that you're gonna want. Because I mean, you're going to want it. But yeah, Justice League 30 is basically what I
think this is the one.
I think this is more the one than Green
Lantern. And I've never owned
myself.
One of these.
Oh, I flipped this book when this book got hot. I think I got a ton of copies in the Dead Spec box that
I've never even seen one that I can remember. That's why it's like
it gets pulled all the time.
I've only ever had the previous one. And,
I mean, it gets pulled and sold for sure.
And the next one you'll show. Those are the only two I've had. I never had this one.
But the combo pack also, all green cover with the yellow lettering. You're going to be looking for that one. And then this is the first appearance of her as Power Ring. Now, I don't know what they're going to do in the show, but if they do anything like the Dark Side War tie-in and they're going to show Power Ring in any capacity, in any which way, 31's a really good book to have. They consider it her first appearance, full. It has her name written on the cover, Power Ring and things like that. So she does a long journey into being a Green Lantern.
The variant of this is which is a dumb one. It's like the Mad variant in the middle. Is it Mad?
No, this is a old Batman variant, I think.
Batman 66.
Yeah, Batman 66 variant. The Mad was
a tough one to find.
Number 30. Yeah, just because it's under ordered. But the Justice League number 50 in the Dark Side War.
That's the one.
Not only does that book talk about the three Jokers for the first time, but it's also the first appearance of Jessica Cruz as a Green Lantern. So you're going to want to get that one, but she doesn't actually make a cover appearance until Green Lantern's Rebirth #1. The variant is on the left. The second print.
Her and Simon Baz?
Yeah, because it was a
kind of a
dual
sexy
book.
cover.
It wasn't even a solo book. It was they were told that they had to do the Green Lanterns thing together with one lantern between the two of them.
And that's
So
Alex Gardner, right? I think.
I think
Looks
the
like it,
the variant might be, yeah.
I think so.
So these are the Jessica Cruz books, and then of course everybody will mistakenly find this Green Lantern #1, and these are actually her second appearances as Green Lantern, which sucks because that Luciano variant for the variant cover was really good. Yeah, I fuck up that name. My apologies.
There's the one other one that is I mean, there was only like 10 of them. Was the it was like number 12 or 13 where it had the Family Matters banner, but then they printed some without it or whatever. Steve, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Wasn't there only like 10 of them supposedly that made it out or something?
Yeah,
crazy?
I don't know about how many, but
that's right.
I hate how
Ultra, you probably remember that.
The two number ones.
Well, it's a recalled comic, so yeah. I mean, I remember.
I think it was number 12. I think it was number 12 is what I'm remembering. Yeah.
But either way, so there are newsstands for all these Rebirth books, I believe, except for the variant, right?
Yeah.
Like they didn't do do newsstand variants.
Number 1 was when I believe, I don't know. Steve, correct me if I'm wrong. Well, I remember number 1 was when Hastings bit the dust.
Yeah,
because that was the Batman. That was the Batman fiasco.
The ongoing series #1. They definitely had newsstands. I'm trying to remember if the Rebirth issue did, and I hate how they did that. Rebirth #1 and then the first issue #1.
Yeah,
I always confuse those two. With the Flash with Godspeed. Right?
Yep.
It's confusing.
Actually,
they're trying to marvelize us.
Newsstands went up to Teen Titans 11 because it was one issue before.
Wow, and what that would have been?
That's the only reason I remember that is because people talk about that. Like, if it was only one more issue.
I know, right? But Simon Baz, of course, he's another Green Lantern. New 52 free comic book day, but unfortunately, there's billions of these out there. Lots of them got stamps on them. So if you can find an unstamped one of these, I think that would be a safe bet. And that's probably pretty hard to come by right about now. Because just years later.
Yes, we do, Weapon X. Yes, we do.
But so if you're looking for this first cover appearance of Simon.
This is the one I like. I like this one a lot.
Right? So Simon Baz, the combo pack on the left is definitely the one to have, in my opinion, over all of them. The variant, not that bad either. But yeah, so I mean, that's going to cover it as far as your 3 GLs. And
they really fucked up on those sideway variants, man.
You think?
I really do, because nobody's going to want
it. They look like trash in a slab.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, none of them are really that great, and when you find one that's really great, you only see half of the fucker.
But you know what? I think the reason why they did that is because that's the same size as the art panel that they draw on, and if they turn it sideways, they can fit the art panel to its fullest, which I can't blame them for doing. And Bolo is right. Simon Baz is probably one of the better characters, probably been underrated for years. Look, DC is lacking when it comes to their attention that they get in alternative media outside of animation. And if you disagree with me on that, the box office doesn't lie. They really need a kick in the pants. I really think that they're going to do really good things with their TV series on HBO because of the HBO money, because of the freedom that they have to use curse words, to show blood, to do all the things that would prevent them from doing the movies the way Warner Brothers would want the movies done to have mass appeal. Well, you're on a streaming service now. And you know what? If you're going to be doing this almost Injustice Batman storyline and you're going to take the Justice League through that, then why not? Why not, with creative freedom, run through Green Lantern and
but it wasn't... Wasn't that what the whole the last series of Batman was supposed to be? Like, it was supposed to be all that, we're doing the Miller run and it's gonna be so like, I'm not knocking it. Like, I get what you're saying there, but I think like they've always done better with their animation, right? Like, there's a niche where they really have done well with, and I'm not quite sure moving to HBO is the reason why they're going to do better. I think they're going to do better because they got away from some corny writing. That first Green Lantern movie, it wasn't the actor that was the problem, obviously, because we've seen what's happened later. It was actually the script. The script that they were putting out there was straight garbage, but Warner Brother hasn't always gotten it wrong. Like, they got it right when they did the first Batman. They've got it right in a couple other occasions.
They got it right with Titans.
Titans, exactly. Also, how is Doom Patrol not like up for some awards? I mean, that show is amazing. I love.
Did you see what
show.
happened with Swamp Thing? They put it on the CW, and it got better ratings there than it ever did on their DC Universe stuff.
And it's the same episodes, right?
Yeah, same exact episodes. That shows how great
it was good.
That's what
Do
I
you
think.
know how many new email addresses and credit cards I have to set up in order to get DC Universe? Because I am not paying for it.
But that's why I kind of think I'm saying is they're putting it in the wrong target market. Dude, I'm a huge Constantine fan. I love it. Them putting that on Sci-Fi was straight hot garbage. They should have never. Look, man, whatever did good on there. I mean, they did.
Constantine was on Sci-Fi,
wasn't it? It was someplace weird. They put
NBC.
Constantine was on. It was on broadcast. It was on Fridays, though. Fridays are a dead spot.
That's exactly right. Yeah. No, what your intuition's correct. It was Friday, and it wasn't just Friday. It was Friday at like 11 o'clock.
Yeah. It's not.
Yeah, it's a bad
Duffy,
spot.
TGI
That's my
Friday.
point.
It's not Urkel. TGI Friday.
Right. I think that was my point. Is like it just they never put it in the right spot where it should have been. They haven't done that with some of their other stuff. They haven't marketed it properly. And I think when you start going like, look at how well Watchmen did. I mean, yeah, sure, there was some underrating stuff in that. And yeah, you can do a little bit more. But I don't think it's the more that's the problem. I think it's hitting your audience where it is. And DC has always missed that target. For some reason, they've tried to force it down to be something that it hasn't been when they get outside of the animated series. And I think they're finally learning, like, hey, listen, dude, who cares? We're DC, right? Like, we have that history to us. We're going to have this certain following that's going to give us a certain amount of rating no matter where we go. Now let's get to the people that want to actually see our shit, right? And you're not going to catch it on Urkel Hour. You're not going to catch it there. Like, that's not good. And nobody fucking gives two shits about CW. I couldn't tell you what fucking station that is. That's not my regular fucking rotation. I mean, it's not. It's not. I mean, let's be realistic about that.
Why are you using so many expletives? You're so mad about.
I'm not, but like I think this is kind of it. When you get to HBO and you saw what happened with Watchmen, it's the perfect storm. It's not about the violence or whatever else they can add onto it. It's that you're going to get the market share that you need in the place that markets it best to the people who are willing to watch programming you're offering. And I think that's where DC's finally turning the curve. For years, they have made so many mistakes, man. I think it's finally time that even with this
Flashpoint animated, why hasn't that been transferred into a live action movie for like a decade now?
Because they've been trying to make it a movie.
Yeah, failure of leadership. My roommate is gonna murder me if I don't open these CGC boxes. We'll be quick. Let's
see him.
That's.
I want to show my pickups too for my show today.
All right.
So are you giving these away? Do you guys do a wheel here?
Yeah. I think it's here. I'll spin it.
No fucking bucks.
I'll spin it. Boom.
Yeah. All right. So we're sealed up. I've waited.
Is that what heaven looks like?
Yeah, I've waited. I waited for
good for you.
Yeah. Got the.
You would be a good guy in sports cards because people get crazy when they have sealed products.
So here's the problem though. I got this Friday, so it's been driving me nuts for like all day.
So let's hope that AT&T
what does that mean?
Our phone lines and listening to this conversation.
Where's McClay at? What does CW6 mean?
He's saying it's on Channel 6. I thought it was funny. Like,
CW6.
Nice.
that was my point. Plus, I don't get to swear on my show, so I figured here I could just talk everything out.
Yeah. Yeah.
All righty.
What type of books are we looking at here? Are these
these are my submissions. I got whatchamacallit? What do you want to call it?
Fair enough.
CCS?
Some.
Graded?
I got some of my stuff back.
Okay.
No problem.
Did you use CCS for these?
This is not CCS. No.
Okay.
All right.
That's why these are the ones that you've gotten back.
You've actually gotten back? Yeah.
No, listen, my CCS stuff is on its way.
Okay.
Not all of it, but
right.
14 of them.
Did you ever find the lost package?
Bada bing.
Nice.
Here, let's do him. Can we give him a little solo screen here?
Give him a full
Yeah,
screen.
let's give him the solo screen.
All right. So,
Whoa, why are you sending moderns in? I don't even know you anymore.
yeah, I think this is all modern, dude. It's
Oh
the
my
modern
goodness.
playbook. Right. So this is the
I
one in
don't even know
25
you.
for your buddy Amadeus Cho.
Mm-hmm.
I looked this up. There's one on eBay right now from Singapore. Not me.
That's a 200 plus book. Good job.
No, $2 plus. $2 plus.
Nice.
Oh, another $2 book.
Yeah, I think you're
Invincible Iron Man number
for the
one.
record,
1 in 25. Jeff.
if
D.
you want to
Calvin.
sell me these for $200, 9/8, I'll buy them. Just message.
So the first one was who's the artist?
Yeah,
on
I get
that?
that,
Is
JJ.
that Cho?
DeCall.
Frank Cho?
The call.
No. I said that.
Oh
one.
yeah, this is
that
Cho.
Frank Cho.
Yeah.
Yes, it's the Frank Show variant. It's the first appearance.
You're not
of
doing a good
Lady
job of
Hellbender.
I'm not really good at that.
describing
stuff.
them.
I'm sorry.
Hey, hold on real quick. Comic Barbarian, check your Facebook message.
Oh,
Yeah,
dang.
yeah.
Nice.
Steam variant. Those are
The Steam
actually,
variant.
Yeah,
I got
Slime
two
Man
more.
Steam variant.
Oh, okay.
Those were not
But
ratio. They were.
They were actually ratio. They were just a lower ratio. They were 1 in 10 versus the 1 in 25.
I thought they were.
They were 1 in
like
10s.
what do you call that? A plateau variant.
Percentile qualifier.
Yeah.
No, they weren't one of those actually.
Okay.
Those
All right,
were
this-
actually 1 in 10s.
Not modern,
Nice.
Very nice.
but it is a newsstand.
Thor.
White pages or off white?
These are white as Christmas.
White pages. Nice.
No blue
Third
pages.
37.
You didn't have any.
Did they
have
give you any
blue
grader
pages?
notes?
No greater notes on a newsstand 9.6. They said you're good. We just
First-
don't
I
hand
know,
out.
right?
We just don't
Beta
hand
Ray
out 9.8s
Bill.
on that one.
First Beta Ray Bill 9.6.
Dude, it's freaking gorgeous too. I don't know why this is a 9.6, but sorry.
It's because they stopped handing out 9.8s on that book.
Young
Yeah.
Avengers #1. What is the grade on that?
9.8.
Thanks for the play-by-play, Sleepy.
Regular.
Yeah.
Regular
If Nico
cover?
would just talk and let us know.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
I don't think he knows what it is. He's just throwing books up.
He's just so excited that he's got all these
He doesn't.
9As.
Yeah.
You
Did
ready?
you look at these grades?
Bang
before?
bang. This is the only two on the census.
All right,
Which
he
are-
looked at 'em.
What
He
print?
looked at them before.
Second prints.
Hawkeye #8. Second print.
Yeah, there's none on the census. Look it up.
9.8.
There's zeros. 0.98 on the census.
So he's going to sell those for $100 to the first buyer that comments. They have to comment live.
That's
Century
a big one.
#1, San Diego.
But that's
Comic-Con
that's the
variant,
SDCC
9.8.
version. Yep.
Yeah. And then last one. That's the one.
Batman Beyond.
Wow.
Oh, that's the first print, though.
That's the
Yeah.
third print.
Third
Ah,
print.
third
Let me
9.6.
see. Hold it up closer.
no UPC.
Yeah. No.
Does it say special origin issue in the top corner?
Yeah.
What does the label say? Tell us what the label says.
Well,
It says
tell us
third
what the-
printing.
No,
third printing.
I want Nico
Batman
to read.
Special Origin issue, third printing.
Okay, so the whole title is different,
Yeah.
and you got a 9.6 on that. Are
That
you
would be
happy
the
about,
second. Yeah, that's the second highest graded.
When you guys are filling
you
out
happy
your
about a
collection,
9.6?
Happy as can be.
When you guys are filling out your CGC forms, are you making sure that you're actually filling out what you want written on the labels?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. That book right there, Nico. Have you talked about that book a lot on? I feel like you probably have.
A little bit. We can talk some more about it because Steve was kind enough to do research, and
yeah, Steve did some good research on that, and
yeah, and the follow-up, the quick follow-up on that is, I'm still trying to confirm it, but supposedly the third printings are from the old Warner Brothers studio store. So
the third print is 1 and 2 combined, right? It's
Explain.
like a thicker book?
That's correct.
Let's explain what we're talking about for people that don't know. We're talking about Batman Beyond #1, the original Batman Beyond #1. There's a lot of talk about, the first, second, third print, unstamped prints, Six Flags variant,
Six
all
Flags,
this
the free comic book day or whatever it was.
all this crazy stuff. And did you blog about it, or did you do a video about it?
I did a video.
Okay.
I did a video.
Okay, so I'll find that. But go ahead and talk a little bit about some of the things that you found.
Are you on?
Yeah, this is My Bargain Comics, you guys.
Right. Yeah. So my YouTube is My Bargain Comics. MyBargainComics.com. It's our branding is the same across whatever platform. But let's see. To summarize, So there's only one printing of Batman Beyond #1. You do have a direct and you do have a newsstand. And then what they did, in something I guess akin to
there is a newsstand for the #1
day. So they combined #1 and #2 and created the Special Origin issue. And the Special Origin issue, the first printing, went to comic book stores and also went to 3 Six Flags parks. And then there was a second printing, which only went to Six Flags parks, but probably more than 3 of them. Then there's another Batman Beyond one in the same year, but that's the ongoing series #1. Totally different cover. But if you look at this, if you're just looking at the CG census, it looks really confusing. Or if you go to GPA, because you're like, what is this other Batman Beyond in the same year? And then you jump ahead to 2001, and there's a third printing of the Secret Origin issue, and it doesn't have any UPC. It doesn't have Six Flags. It doesn't have a barcode. It's what Nico just showed, and that's the rarest one of all. And there's no
there's like 7 copies on the census. It's a pain in the ass.
And no one knows really where it came from. Part of my presentation was, making some educated guesses, and it's looking like one of those guesses may be the right guess, which is the Warner Brothers studio store.
Wasn't that what it was? I thought it was in those ones that they popped up in the malls, the WB stores that they popped up in the malls. Wasn't that?
Yeah,
what
yeah, the ones they popped up in the malls.
You're saying you don't think that book was in comic stores?
No, it was in.
Definitely
In those stores. So in those WB stores, they're kind of like, they weren't as good as Disney stores are now, but they had like, I can swear on this one, right? Yeah, they had bullshit. Like they had like the stuffies and all that kind of crap.
Yeah, you can buy like Bugs Bunny stuffed
but
animals.
you can also buy some really cool animated cells.
To the left of the cash register, they would typically be almost like a up and down rack, right?
You're saying like a Hot Topic, maybe might have.
These were
I
nice,
got
dude.
pictures of them.
Look how nice they are.
Yeah.
They
They had
like
some really high-end stuff.
yeah,
Absolutely.
and it was expensive as shit,
Holy
dude.
cow!
Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
how
you
do
can-
you-
What do you think that
children's
Bugs
eyes.
Bunny goes for?
I don't know, but I'd like to have it for my house.
Well, Warner Brothers fans are kind of like only half as crazy as Disney fans, so about 50% of what a Mickey would go for.
well, I mean, the stuff that was priced in there, like if you get a stuffy, like that's what my kids call it, like a stuffed animal, it was like $70 for like the stupidest thing, man. It was crazy how
I
expensive that shit
remember
was.
those things too, man.
But they would have, so next to the this is clicking too fast for how much I've been drinking. Yeah, okay. So next to this area where this little duck is, to the left, they would have typically like a stand thing, and like you'd have like upcoming like fucking catalogs for Warner Brothers shit. It would have like little kid books, and it would have comics every once in a while in them, and they were like just tore down comics. So if you can score 9.8s in those, if that's where you're saying they came from, like good luck in 9.8.
Steve, have you never talked to anybody that knew that where these came from? Because I feel like you're tied into this.
Yeah. I talked to I want to say the guys like Batman Beyond comics on IG, and he has like 2 copies, and he asked the guy where he got them from, and guy said the San Francisco Warner Brothers studio back in the day. And then I did some way too much research on it, and late in the Warner Brothers studio stores, they were carrying comics like in magazine racks, comic racks.
Yeah,
it was more. It wasn't really
carrying like Pokemon, like even non-DC comics. So.
Yeah, what other ones did they have there? Because I'm very
for real, dude.
Now.
Yeah, exactly. I love.
Let me get a picture of that rack.
Yeah, I know there was definitely Pokemon.
Oh yeah,
at the Nico got really excited when I said that.
Hold on, you just said Pokemon, and do you guys realize what happened yesterday in Pokemon craziness?
Yeah.
Don't talk about this, please.
Hold on, what are you talking about, Sleepy? This is nuts, bro.
Oh, God.
This is really crazy, dude. That dude put up big money for a box of first edition Pokemon. $200,000 from that box he paid. $198K. I think he pulled at least one $80,000 Charizard. He pulled a couple other $60,000 cards, and he's giving them away, right?
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, like he opened up. Each pack was for somebody, and they given all of the money that they raised for charity, and like $200,000 for that box.
You're schooling me on this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so he pulled like that. I don't know how many Charizards he pulled, but I watched him pull an $80,000 Charizard, and watching these kids go crazy. Could you imagine pulling a 52 or like a Michael Jordan 86 Fleer basketball out of a pack, bro?
Was it just the base one? It wasn't like the hollow?
It was the hollow.
Oh, that's if you get a 9.8. I mean,
they had a grader on site. They had a grader on site, and the grader said it was 8590 maybe.
Out of a pack?
Out of a pack.
My God.
Hey, Steve, real quickly, wasn't those Six Flags? Those were where they were doing the wrestling shows at those too. At the time that book was coming out, wasn't it? It was like Ohio Valley Wrestling or Rocky Mountain Wrestling or something. They were doing those shows.
I'm like a crazy researcher, but I'm not that crazy. I don't know what they had, but they only distributed them initially at 3 in the spring, and I think that's why the earlier Six Flags is more rare than the later Six Flags. I think it's like April and October, and the October one seems to be. I think I calculated it was like 1.5 times more larger supply of the October Six Flags.
Because they don't both say Six Flags, right?
I think when they went to a second print, they went like, okay, we're going to go to all of our Six Flag parks or something.
They don't both say Six Flags. Only the one says
the first printing and the second printing of the special origin issue say Six Flags.
Holy cow! I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
there's only
stamped,
one of
right?
the Six Flags.
Yeah. Now the first printing, there's 2 first printings, right? There's the first printing that says Six Flags, and then there's the first printing that's blank or the comic book store stamped their logo in it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a first printing.
I understand that. Yeah, I get that.
Wait. Yeah, but there's 2 first print. One's got Six Flags on it. One's blank.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then there's a second print that's stamped Six Flags as well.
Right.
And the only way to tell is by opening the book up.
No.
No.
There's
the first print straight up, right?
First origin issue.
Hold on, Steve. Go ahead.
Okay. The thickness of the font for one of them is thicker, and also the Six Flags logo is centered on one of them, and I think it's the second printing it's centered. On the first printing, it's more flush to the top of the UPC box.
That's why I love you. You're a beast, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Awesome.
That's good stuff.
I have issues. No doubt.
I need to
Once
watch
a month,
that.
George.
I need to go watch your video because I'm confused now.
Yeah, watch the video.
I watched the video and I was too dumb to have picked it up until he explained it to me again now.
He
just said it, and I'm so confused. And
yeah, strong, dude. Good stuff.
I'm
I also want the
sleepy.
spinner rack to see the other Warner Brothers exclusive variants.
So let me clarify. Apparently, Solo Wookie said there were spinners on his. In ours, it was in here in the Midwest. They had built it into like a display, like almost a magazine display case. So like there'd be crap mixed in with it. So like it would be like the WB promo stuff, something about the parks. There'd be a Six Flag thing with it. There'd be some magazine, if I remember correctly. And then you'd have some random comic books that some kid picked his nose and then touched.
What does Solo Wookie think the Star Wars comics were? Because he would know. We know Solo.
There wouldn't
Wookie
be any Star Wars books in there,
Star
right?
Wars books. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
No. They're saying that they're spinner racks. He said in his. He said in his there were spinner racks.
Store? I thought he said the Star Wars guy.
No, he said there were spinner racks, bro. He likes all comics. Just because he likes Star Wars doesn't mean he doesn't like.
Well, Steve's about to school us. Was there Star Wars books in there?
I mean, there could have been because know from what I read, and I think I saw some pictures. There were non-DC comics in the stores. Yeah, I know.
Oh, dude, my brain is like blown right now. I got to figure out what's there and what has a variant cover.
Not necessarily all of them were like your Batman Beyond. I mean, they could have been the regular, Diamond,
Yeah, just somebody filling the rack for the blank spots type.
I'm a sucker. I bought a couple packs of Walmart books today, so I like the
Shout out to Ultra Maximus.
Why you got some Walmart packs?
I like that Ultra's already excited. He got me on.
Look, dude, if you manage to pull some second print legacy non-lenticulars in any of those, then you hit gold.
I grabbed one that has a Star Wars book on the cover and one that had Fantastic Four on the cover because I remember listening to you say, "Oh, Fantastic Four, you'll have something."
Wait, 7 packs or 3 packs?
Oh fuck, 3 packs. I don't have 7 packs.
7 packs are hard to find for me.
Why am I the only one finding these 7 packs, man? It's so weird.
Did I do bad with the 3-pack Fantastic Four?
No. If it's the art or the Ron Lim Fantastic Four, I think I pulled more of the second print legacy lenticular, non-lenticulars from those. Okay. And I think I've actually pulled more of the good second prints. And actually, I scored second print after second print after second print from those things, dude. So, who knows? You want to open them tonight?
I don't even know where they are. Is that terrible? I know they're somewhere in this building. Like I got them today, and then I started watching Utopia.
Sleepy, you haven't even
got pickups. Yo, Sleepy. Well, let's talk about your books you grabbed at the show today. Bro.
These are my Walmarts that I haven't.
But they're DC packs. But we got any Marvel?
Oh, hey.
Okay.
I opened one of these MFers.
Yeah.
And this thing is freaking. I got to get it.
Trash.
The plastic is melted. And it actually low spots the cover all the way around it.
Jesus.
It's sealed right here. This is where the seal on the book
by
is.
heat. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's right there and right across here. So
that's cute.
You have 2 creases right there when you open it, which is
thanks.
It's a fine comic. Yeah, thank you. This one, I think you guys probably know about this one. We've talked about this.
Which one is this? Hold that one up, Sleepy.
Wonder Woman 755. It has a
hey baby.
The thing that's different with the DC packs than the Marvel packs is that they pack them all the same in the DC ones.
Except the middle book has been different on that pack. There was Hell Arisen 3s and there was also Batman 89 third prints in those.
You told me that, and mine are the Hell Arisen. I'm assuming I have not opened them, but it's easy to tell the binding on the Hell Arisen 3 because it's got the purple.
Yeah, dark purple and gray.
Yeah,
and then the Batman's a little bit more reddish.
Both those that I have the Hell Arisen.
Well, can we talk a little bit about that character, that Punchline character, because we're getting just bombarded with Punchline right now, and I don't know. Her. I got my modern spec hat is going, or my modern spec is going in like 3 different directions. I got one part of me saying, why even think about buying store exclusive now with all the store exclusives that are coming out? Another part of me is going, is Punchline actually a character worth specking on now even more? Or are we just going to get totally bombarded with this character that they're going to kill in 3 months?
No, she's here to stay.
She's not going to be killed in 3 months.
I think she would have already been killed by this point.
Yeah, they would have killed her in Joker War if they did.
The question is whether or not DC just does to her what they've done to Harley, which is like oversaturated, poor like storylines, and just does what they traditionally do, which is ruin a good thing.
Well, we're gonna find out.
I don't know that her storylines, like the Harley storylines were bad.
No, they just weren't for me.
Don't like the
but if they would have
personally, I don't.
I think Nico's saying that they oversaturated the market with how much stuff was coming out. They put out like 3 books of it. It's the same thing DC always does. Like, because look,
or Marvel does with the X-Men.
Marvel does it too.
Wolverine.
They put out their month of variants.
And so like we can kind of, and I think that their stuff is more movie orientated with a lot of people. And you got Case who's out there who will tailor towards speculators and stuff like that. Where DC, if they catch, I mean, how many Batman books did they have in the last 2 years? There was like 15 regular run series Batman books. There was 5 Harley Quinn. Why do you have 5 Harley Quinn books? I mean, like, it's not.
How about, do you know how well those Black Label books would have been received if they just would have published one at a time
and made them in regular binding size?
Well, I mean, dude, people would have gone crazy for them. They'd have read them. They'd have enjoyed them.
Last Night on Earth,
I think those are good.
Right size.
Or after a Peanuts book, you would have given a Vagina book, maybe. I mean, that would have done good, too.
I think those will do good long term.
I do, too.
I'm good.
So, with Punchline, there was that one really late 1 per store thank you variant.
Yeah.
Right? The white one.
Yeah. It's 200. It's going for about 200. That's when it came out.
If you're going to speculate on Punchline, that's a book you need.
The black and white one?
Yeah, I ain't paying 200 for that.
But it came out 4 months after her first appearance, right? I mean,
correct.
Let's be honest about it.
It's a design variant, black and white of
what issue
Batman
is it for?
book?
Batman what though? 89?
95.
Oh wow, so it's late.
I don't know.
But wasn't there a 1 in 25 that was like purple with her?
Yeah, it's the same book, but that one came out later after it.
Okay, so what they did is they had the purple one that was the 1 in 25 for that.
My
Batman
number
book,
is
and then
off.
the other.
Nobody else is offering up a number.
Well, everybody seems to be saying that that's like the Punchline variant. Her first appearance though between Hell Arisen and Batman 89.
It's Hell Arisen. People are going for Hell Arisen.
I know Hell Arisen 3 for sure. But
also people are going for that design variant though. That's the other one.
Mm-hmm. And you're going to want all of these if you're going to speculate on her.
Yes.
But you're gonna be holding those books for 20 years to see if they can do to her what happened to Harley Quinn.
Maybe. Depends how the market. If the market keeps going like it is, it could be 1 year.
Yeah, why does a book have to have a movie to go?
It doesn't.
No, you're right. You're absolutely
It's Joker's
right.
girlfriend. So we've got Joker's new boo.
I have not read it.
Who's getting a origin book, but the origin book has more variants than Star Wars
Brian,
#1.
Yeah, or a PlayStation 5 video game.
Brian, this is the point. Like, if you look back,
she in Fortnite yet?
That's Marvel.
But if you look back at some of these books, like DC has always had, and DC is not my first pick when I pick up books. It's either Independence or Marvels, but like DC's as historically has had always the better artists first. They've always had the better story writing first, first.
Agreed.
But they somehow oversaturate it. So like when you're saying 20 years for these books, yeah, but like to spec on some of these books and some of these characters, they're going to hit on some of them. Yeah, sure, Calendar Man isn't a great book to spec on. Like he's a terrible villain, but he'll still sell for above what the average like other DC book would or some.
And for the record, I think it's a great book to spec on. Actually,
Calendar Man.
I'm saying in general. I wasn't talking about Punchline. Was what I was saying.
Calendar Man.
No, he's talking about Calendar Man.
Because of the
anything associated with Suicide Squad. Anything associated with Suicide Squad, I mean...
No,
Long Halloween.
If you're going to spec on somebody in the DC universe that has potential, it's Kite Man. Because the animated series is taking good care of that man right now.
These are just like terrible character names.
Calendar Man? Kite Man? Yeah, I mean, like...
Dude, Kite Man is Poison Ivy's boyfriend, but she doesn't know it yet. It's great.
And they're going to a season 3 on that.
Oh my gosh!
They're going to a season 3.
I need to know about that.
My greater point with it is there's collectors for all type. There's collectors for all type of stuff, right? Like there's foreign collectors. There's obviously DC
collectors.
There's DC collectors that collect variant. There's run collectors. There's run collectors for full runs. There's run collectors for partial runs. Like as long as you're getting it for the right price, and the right price is a price. Like it's, and you know, I mean, you guys know me, so you know I preach this all the time. As long as you get it for the right price, it's the right book. You know what I mean? Like, if
you're not spending $200 on that black and white variant, are you, Sleepy?
No, fuck no.
Oh my gosh, I don't know why. I don't get. I mean, I understand. Punchline, I think, probably will be a prominent character going forward, and I think, you know, maybe we're short-sighted right now. It's just like I can't put a lot of money into a little character right now. I'd rather put in a lot of money into an established character. It's the same thing happened many times. You know, maybe they work out, maybe they don't.
Well, let me ask. When she's a villain, I mean, Harley they've turned into kind of a anti-hero, right? But Punchline hasn't made that turn, right? And who knows? I mean, I think she's pretty much Tynion's to play with. So as long as he's writing, you know, I think
she'll be around even after him.
But I think that's a complaint with Harley.
Because he'll end.
When you hit the floors of the shore or the LCSs, that's the biggest complaint with these men and women that are, or boys and girls that are collecting Harley is like,
I'm serious. Like DC is garbage right now. I wouldn't buy a new DC.
Let me go pull out a box and show you what DC isn't garbage. Because
hold on. You didn't let me finish, bro. What DC is putting out right now, anything in the last 5 months, I don't see a point at buying it for speculation wise. I think their stories are garbage. I think where their heading is garbage. I think they think that some of these characters are really good characters and they're not. Whereas Marvel is doing exactly what you were talking about, Marco, how DC used to be. DC used to be the place for stories. Now Marvel's the place for stories. Look, we're talking about X of Swords. We're talking about Donny Cates. We're talking about Thor. I'm like, all this shit. Whatever. It's Marvel right now that we're getting excited for. And we're over here going, is DC's number one character that they're touting out worth specking on at all? What the fuck?
Not when you have
the last good Superman spec was his dad.
Yeah,
and
like
once again,
Damian was the last good DC spec.
Chinese Superman.
Well, what I'm saying is for a price point, right? Like, yeah, if you're buying these books,
Ultra, you want to buy a Chinese Superman #1? By the way, I got one.
I got the variant, bro. I'm good.
I'll send it.
Apparently, Jessica Cruz was a better spec than.
Actually, you're right. It's very rare for villains to be right, but this is my point. If you're buying them for the $200 inflated price, no. But if it comes back down and you can start picking these books up like we all, we were talking about it early on.
Amen.
John, how many times have me and John gone through freaking a whole showroom and then gone through it again? And we're not talking when everybody else gets in. We're going in with. I probably should.
Oh shit! Just dropped the fucking bomb in that. So much so that Marco had to look at it.
No, it is. No, I mean, that's the truth on it. Like that, we talk about that all the time. The off one character.
Yeah.
We've made how many videos have we talked about how Bubba Fett or how off one characters or Sith characters?
I don't think so.
Really well. But my point is this: there's so many times you can get these books, so don't forget these books. Yeah, you're right. Right now, it's not going to do well. But to be honest with you, the story Marvel has always had this one instant problem with them. When they start getting it, and you can see this through the Hickman run too. When you start getting good storylines, you start getting good stuff going through Marvel, then all of a sudden, halfway through an arc, they'll switch to different artists, different story writers, and it turns to straight hot trash. Okay, they've always done that. Now, is the Hickman stuff work well? Hey, has Kate's gone out there and thrown out a little tweet to get people a little bit woo 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 excited about stuff? But in long end game, like if you're speccing on stuff, I don't want to buy a book for $100 and hope one day I can sell it for $150. I want to buy a book for cents and sell it for $1,000. Right. And you can do that with DC.
Switch? Can we switch real quick?
You cannot do that with DC Moderns, which is this show is a modern.
I think eventually you can. I think if you buy,
eventually, but then they're not moderns anymore. That's what I'm getting at.
And no, McClay's right because I've tried buying so many books from DC of their first appearances, but the returns are not there. And I'm at that point.
I got a stack, man. I'm
500 to 1,000% profit on a new book. That's my target. I really hate buying a book for $4 and only making 20. If I only make $20, that's not worth my time. The 1,000% side of it, if I can make $40 profit on a $4 book, okay, now we're like getting a little bit better. We're getting a little warmer. So,
but if you can do
can't 10 do it with DC books.
If you can do it 10 times on a $4 book to make a 20, it makes
investor
it worth
lot.
It. Yeah. Investor lot.
Yeah.
Well, this brings up a really good. This brings up a really good point.
Keith investor lot.
This is a really good point, and this is something that you guys might not want to answer. Maybe you have an answer that you're willing to give up.
I got
one. I'll give you. And this is the question: is there any place out there right now that is like really good idea to spec for future wise, whether that's like buying a certain type of variant that's out there, looking at variants at all, whether it's a character, is there something that you want to give up that might be something good in the future?
I got one. I'll show it to you. It's still boxed. It's still boxed.
Oh boy, we got an unboxing. Another unboxing.
Boy. Yep,
I didn't realize this was a show where we do the unboxings.
Well, but he didn't intentionally mean to set that one up.
I'm intrigued that Nico might slice his shirt open when he's wielding this
all red for a reason. Here's the blood. So you can tell how expensive this book was. It's just like nobody seemed to care. Right?
Is that Midtown? Looks like a Midtown packing job.
Yeah, I mean it came in a box, dude. It must have had some value.
So yeah, because
that's got bubble wrap around it. It's a slab, bro.
Yeah, look.
Yeah, it's not that.
They didn't do a good job.
Much.
So this is where I'm sinking cash in. X-Men late print variants that nobody gives a shit about. So this is one I liked. I bought them all. Good luck.
Nice.
Oh, you got the tight shirt, the
Schmedium. He's got the Schmedium Wolverines.
He got the Schmedium.
Yeah, Wolverine.
So explain what this is. This is
Wolverine and the X-Men #3 second print. Sick cover, right? Good luck. Try to find them. Can't find
it.
You know what I mean?
But I think it in the wild.
Look, so definitely can't find it in the wild. You can't find it on eBay. Can't find it like on the internet. But like I think there's a lot of those books, and you just have to research them and find them and snag them. Now they're cheap enough that you're gonna have to sit on them. And you're just waiting for the mutant, nonsense to take off. But that's kind of like it's a sweet spot for like all of the like late printings, all the late printing craziness. They're out there, they're cheap, and that's something that you can like just do. And you like the cover, roll the dice.
Well, I'll throw out a cheap DC spec. Every time I see it, it's $1 book. So
hold on, we gotta make them nice and big.
Turn it to the side a little bit, Steve.
Oh, yeah. Static and black.
Oh yeah.
What is this? Brave and the Bold, the new run, Brave and Bold. Yeah, I like that because I think I have that whole run. I'll have to go grab that.
Right. So,
are they even on the cover? I'm seeing a white guy and Batman.
No, that's
On the cover.
that's Black Lightning. That's Static.
Oh, I like it, man. I just found Static issues 41 and 42, not number 40.
Oh, nice.
Damn it. But I need number 40.
Right.
I found you a 40. Remember that dude's got it.
Well, he's never contacted me. What's going on with him?
Oh,
that book could blow up. Static's got a good history. Some of us grew up with him, and they're bringing him back. Black Lightning. I know not everyone here is a fan of CW, but I really liked Black Lightning.
The Black Lightning the series was great.
But then they had to ruin it by bringing in Vampire Looker, and then it was terrible. But I think both characters have legs, and I think that's the first time they've ever appeared together, and it's a great cover. So I always pick that one up when I see it.
I like it.
Nice.
There's some free cornbread for you.
I got something.
All right.
I totally forgot that I got this package, and I was gonna do a mail call earlier tonight, and I ended up not doing it. And
open it up. Let's see what we got.
Let's do it on here. And you know what? This is probably one of the lowest printed X-Men books from the 90s.
Get my pen out.
That's another thing that I like right now.
Get my pen out.
X-Men. Those older X-Men Bronze Age books.
So, I mean, do you guys know that I hang out with this cool guy named Mel, and they do this little show called Drunken Chat? And
nope, never heard of it.
Never heard of it? Okay, yeah. I mean, it's an underground thing. That's why nobody really knows who we are. But I did this little thing called the what's it called? Speculation Matrix.
I thought you were going to say pudding.
I thought about it for a minute. No, but I ordered these. This package came from Italy. Just FYI.
Jesus Christ.
But it's American books that I bought from Italy. Because when you're looking for things and you're trying to do an article every week to give people something to go off of, that you have people who are watching you and want to know what goes through the mind when you're looking at all these different things. So I'm trying to give you guys a bunch of good material to go off of. At the same time, not shortchanging and pushing books out of my own reach, because that tends to happen when I mention things now. So I have to make sure that if I'm talking about a book, I can afford it. And I can't afford my own spec right now. I'm unemployed. So
I'm with you, brother.
This is a very big conundrum for me. So I play with the PayPal money a lot. And I was just fortunate that Moreno over in Italy, and I'm going to have to send this guy a nice thank you card.
JJ Maxwell, that's where I'm thinking. I'm thinking what you said, JJ.
What's that?
I'm not gonna say because it might be. I like that book. It's not the Pressman.
It's not.
Dude, listen. If it's the one that I think it is, and you have a copy, I'm legitimately gonna go wild.
Well, it's gonna be something that I talked about previously, and if you guys know that if I talk about spec, I'm usually buying it. So this is just super duper hard to find in America. Let's just be honest, because of what it is. God damn, man. I mean, it's just I pick off a layer of tape and there's more tape. This is pretty nice. But I got to be thankful for this, because again, these books came from Italy and they survived a trip and actually weren't supposed to get here for like another week. So I'm actually like really happy about that. All right. I got broken through. And I've broken through to find another box with bubble wrap around it.
Oh, for the love of Christ.
No, this is awesome. I mean, if you've watched any of my other unboxings, I have pretty bad luck when it comes to sellers sending me shit just thrown in an envelope. It's pretty bad. And no, it is not the Grail of Grails Darkhawk #1.
Oh.
Newsstand. I mean, that's what everybody wants, right? I know.
Dude, I can't wait till there's a TV show and those books go bananas, and it's going to make me the happiest guy in the world.
Real quick, we got shout out to Half Price Cook, who just showed up.
Yeah.
So much love to Half Price Cook.
Hi, buddy.
What's up, fellas? Is it working? Am I on?
Yeah,
You're on.
You're
You're
live.
on.
You look
like
like
You
an
look like-
episode of Metal Gear Solid, the irradiated version.
I thought he was the Godfather of Light for the new Dinah Kate series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
He just came from the Blue Man Group.
Oh, come on now. I wasn't going there, but yeah, he does look like that.
The house that I bought, it was from an retired police officer, so all the lights are blue.
Ah,
Nice.
I'm outside. I'm actually impressed that
He definitely stole those lights.
I still too.
I think Solo Wookie has the best comment of the night. Is he a scorpion?
All right. Well, I identified that I did not get a box of rocks, which is
All right,
nice.
let's see what this
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
Hold on, let me
that's-
put you back up
that's
solo
always
layout style.
But God damn, there's so much.
Nico,
tape.
take over the controls. I'll be right back.
This is honestly the best packing job of a set of books I've ever had come from overseas. But this is he charged. All right, so let's be honest. It was $75 for these books, right? The asking price for the books was only $50, so 25 of it was shipping. So
You got your money's worth. In tape.
he spent it all on the thick brown packing tape too. So it's not like he didn't shortchange me and go stingy or anything like that.
Dude, last time I got a book from Australia, they put tape on the book. I had to get off.
Yeah, like
We're
Nico
actually
will
gonna
tell
do
you,
we're doing
or Jon Z will tell you, like it's all
Yeah.
about the packing. Or
We're
Robert.
doing a show. We're doing a show with Matt. We're shooting it tomorrow with Roybal and Z about this exactly. And we actually have me and Solo RA shot the opening process of what they send this stuff in. Just to let you know, we'll give you like kind of how the pricing works out and everything else with it.
Yeah,
It's interesting, man. It's cool. It's interesting how the books come out differently, the prints and all that. It's really cool. And yeah, we actually have to head down. We've already started editing the opening process because these guys don't pack it like we would pack it over here, right?
No.
They use packaging tape. They'll pack it in a banana box. They will.
But the thing you don't
newspaper.
realize is when you're over there, like they don't have the cardboard like we have. That's the other problem. Like they don't
there's
have
nothing like American
Europe.
cardboard.
No, Europe is much greener than us. Like they don't have fucking thick cardboard.
Yeah,
You
well,
know,
it depends too on what part of the world you get it from. Like Patrick just made a comment there.
Right,
like,
right. That's
sometimes
true.
you get it in like like one of the books. I'm not gonna give it away, but if you watch the video, you got to see what happened to one of the books. Like it's
All right.
crazy how they package stuff. Go ahead, Maximus.
So this is indeed one of the hardest to find 1990s X-Men books ever because it's a reprint of some
X-Men #1.
This is a reprint.
Oh, I got one.
Oh shit, that is a good one.
Yeah, so I just got all 7 issues. All
wow.
7 of X-Men Archives. So this is the full Captain Britain story. Starts off with the first appearance of Captain Britain. First appearance
Who's
of
the cover artist?
Man.
That's a nice cover.
It's Alan Moore, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Alan Moore.
Yeah. It's the reprint of all the Alan Moore stuff. So all 7 issues of X-Men Archives. The only way to get the first appearance of both Saturine, who's kicking the X-Men's ass right now in X of Swords, and Megan in America, because they didn't actually print those books in the United States because it was in that Daredevil's #7, and Matt DeVoe obviously.
Oh, the UK.
Topher, Topher did the breakdown of all the Captain Britain books, and these are all the X-Men Archives books.
It's awesome, dude.
I can't believe.
So this is a U.S. series.
So no, this was
no, it's not.
If McClay was here right now, he would give the breakdown on the whole thing because this is McClay's favorite breakdown of Captain Britain ever. So it's Marvel Superheroes, the UK version, issues 377 through 387, all reprinted in these X-Men Archives books. And
So from out of the magazine size, that's what he's saying.
Yes.
Right?
So were they published in Italy or the UK or?
These were published in
Put on
America.
Ultra, Nico.
So I mean, these are comic book size. These were reprinted for the first time in like 1995.
Yeah,
it's Alan Davis and Alan Moore both working together.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Alan Moore.
Wow,
it's both of them together in one book. So that's the reason why McClay was like, "Oh man, I can't believe we're talking about those." I'm like, they're fantastic.
Yeah, can we see? I've only seen the only one I have is the first one you showed.
So yeah, that was it.
Can I see the rest of them?
I'm putting
those are the Italian versions, though, right? Because the UK version is
these are the USA versions that got sold overseas. So look, they're so hard to find in America because these in the middle of this is like 95. From what I'm seeing, the sales figures were under 20K. For 90s X-Men Marvel to be under 20K and for it to be the only United States reprint for Captain Britain's first appearance, for Satharine's first appearance, for Megan's first appearance. It's the only way to get those books.
And they sold those back because, like in UK, they were originally magazines coming in for the first appearances. Yeah, so so they resold them as so it'd be like the Millennial editions or whatever as reprints back into the UK afterwards.
Well,
JJ Maxwell says Alan Davis, not Alan Moore. That's not correct. It was Alan Davis and Alan Moore.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Alan Moore wrote a bunch of those early Marvel superheroes stories. It was a book called Marvel Superheroes, and then there was another one that he did that was Marvel based that has that famous Wolverine cover. But yeah, he did a lot of stories on Captain Britain for those books back in the day with Alan Davis. They both early in their careers.
I'm just going to throw these all in Mylar, and then I'll show all the covers.
So Brian, So they would resell them as reprints in the comics.
I'll show you. Hold on.
Yeah, no, he showed me, but so they're reprinting them back in the 90s of the earlier 80s mags.
Yes.
Okay. And it was the only way to get them in America. They also never reprinted them in the trade paperback format at all after this.
Yeah. I mean, you could find them in the mags every once in a while coming over, but I understand.
So they're just like these British magazines that they did, right? They did these Hulk magazines.
Oh, right. Yeah, I have one of those.
Yeah. Okay. They did Transformers. They did G.I. Joe, but they called it Action Force.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm after.
Well, so I'll show you what I got.
The first appearance of Death's Head is in one of those UK size magazines.
These are my action. What do you call them? Action Force variants or whatever here. Mm-hmm. Or not variants, but the British variants. This is a cool Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow cover.
Oh shit! Hold on.
So that's Action Force. These are magazine size. This is Zartan and the Dreadnoughts. These have really they're like newspaper, really delicate. These are the really big covers that people like, the Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes covers. There's like the way that we talk about Alan Moore writing early stuff in those Marvel superheroes ones. Grant Morrison wrote early stuff in these Action Force books. This is some of Grant Morrison's very early professional creator work was in.
Is it as trippy as his later stuff?
You can tell it's Grant Morrison, but it's definitely not. Yeah.
So JJ was saying that the covers are Alan Davis. Is that true on those?
Yes, the covers are Alan Davis. Yes.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. That's what he was saying. The covers were, yeah.
All right, and there's issue 1, or number 2.
That one's awesome.
Oh, come on, that's good.
So the Action Force didn't use Duke as their main guy; they used Flint because that Flint was wearing the beret, and they can make him look like a British soldier. So remember, a lot of names change over there, and some of the most hardest to find figures are Action Force British variants. Mm-hmm. Like they use the Snake Eyes over there as like a bad guy and all kinds of stuff. But so that's fun stuff.
So I got my own UK size thing right here.
Yep. Hold on, let me move you over.
Is it safe for viewing in the? Oh, okay. It was a comic.
It's Transformers. First appearance of Unicron.
Okay.
So all right. So here are those covers in order, and actually these things wrap around too. So, Captain Britain, X-Men Archives #1, and that's the reprint of
Yeah, Alan Davis. We talked about
Marvel Superheroes UK 377 through like 380 something in there, and then the remainder of that story I think is done through here. Here's issue number 2.
Yeah, here you go.
That's a good cover.
Go ahead. Yeah.
And Brian, doesn't this have all the different Captain Britain stuff in there too?
Yeah, it's
with
got
taking over Captain Britain.
Yeah, so it's got a lot of this run in it. This is that Alan Davis run.
This is also the first reprint of the. So the first time Miracle Man is called Miracle Man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is Alan Moore stuff. Yep.
The death of Miracle Man happens in that same issue.
Yep.
The establishing of the Marvel 616 universe.
Yeah.
And the first appearance of Saturine. Yeah, and right there you got the huge book right there.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite ones. Obviously, you can see it's an early homage. Back then, they even did homages.
Has that book had any impact with Betsy getting back into her body and taking over Excalibur?
You know what, bro? I didn't even know that had happened until I got back into reading books when I just first started doing Drunken Chat with you guys. So I haven't looked into it. That would be something very interesting to look in. So explain to them what you're talking about. Ultra.
Okay, so right there, that is the first appearance of Betsy Braddock as Captain Britain. In the new Excalibur run, post House of X Powers of 10, Hickman has it to whereas with the whole resurrection thing and the whole being able to put, your soul back into your body, they were able to give Psylocke and Quanon, who is the Asian girl who Psylocke was occupying her body, both back their separate bodies. So you have the girl calling herself Psylocke, who is the Asian girl Quanon, who's appearing in Fallen Angels and Marauders and all those things, using the psionic psi knife, and she's the one that first appeared in Uncanny X-Men 256. And then you have Betsy Braddock, who no longer uses the name Psylocke, who is now Captain Britain, who is at the helm of Excalibur.
I love Solo Wookiee, man. Solo Wookiee always throwing in the gems of the night.
Oh man. But the rest of these things are indeed 5, 6, and 7. These are the only way to get these old Captain Britain stories in America, other than scouring eBay and trying to find the old Marvel Superheroes UK. And those things in the 90s for having a print run or sales distribution in 20,000 is fucking unheard of. Because books were like million and then still in the hundreds of thousands on a regular, but just nobody was ordering that stuff.
Yeah. Crazy, man. It's a lot of fun to find out this information like that, because you would never look into it. That information should already be known about those reprints. I mean, there's people out there that does know it, but it should be common knowledge, because some of those storylines have major impact right now. There you go. Cruz got some goodies right there. Yeah.
And that's going to be, and for modern books right now, those are going to be huge. And I got it hanging on the wall in front of me here, but it was a gift from my wife before she was my wife. She went to the comic book store and bought me Transformers 1 through 4. She didn't know that she bought me a Transformers number 1, 3rd print.
Ooh. That's something that okay, let me go back. Let me circle around to my question that I wanted to ask each one of you about. And that's some maybe juicy nuggets you might want to give us about your ideas of future things to spec on. And one of the things that Nico talked about in a conversation I had with him that we talked about is the Marvel G.I. Joe and Transformer run might be something to start looking for in those back issue bins. Some of those not realized first appearances that kind of almost happened with Star Wars, where a lot of these people didn't realize these first appearances were in these Star Wars books, and then they just went crazy. Can Transformers and G.I. Joe, because they both have those early Marvel runs and then went off into their own runs, as we all know.
Yeah.
But some of those books are really hard to find. Some of those covers are ghosts. Some of the first appearances are like good books to find high grade. We all know like the Storm Shadow first appearance is selling for like $3,000, $4,000 right now in 9.8.
Some true first appearances happen in the UK only continuity that doesn't count in the American side, or vice versa. Yeah, so that's going to get confusing, man. But
so can those? What do you guys think? Do you think some of those books might and which ones? Like I know people always go for the final issues, 155 for G.I. Joe and 85 for Transformers. They go after, of course, number ones. They go after like what first appearances in Transformers are there? There you go. There's the later G.I. Joe that Crook has, 154. Really tough book to find.
Those books have already been like hard to find and high grade. You know, they've been there for a long time.
There's 9.9s that exist in Transformers #1.
Do you guys? Can I ask you a question? Do you guys make lists like of these books? And then go back to it 2 years. I know John knows I do this. So like make lists of these books and then 2 years later go back, and when the prices have dropped and the guys have made the like when I'm thinking about it too, like you got the Transformer Pony book that came out a little while ago. That's a book that I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get that book, but I'm gonna get it 3 years from now. I'm gonna get it for like $5 or less because it's gonna end up somebody sold it in a lot to somebody else. Is that stuff you guys do, or is that not? I mean,
digging.
We all want to see what he's getting ready to drop on us, so we're gonna make him the main source. Yeah, we all like looking at Crook's scores. I think Crook is becoming the Tim Walker level of score posts back in the day, man.
So, I mean, if you get lucky and you can buy a lot,
nowhere near Walker, dude. He's a beast.
Walker's a beast. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah.
Walker is part Jedi name, so that's the reason why he does pull those things. But so, if you're thinking that you're going to get that 1 in 100 in a lot, and you're going to get it for $5, you obviously don't know that bronies are more crazy than Transformers collectors.
No. I know that, but you'll see them.
We ain't talking about that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like you'll see like books, not maybe that's a bad example for one, but like books that you know that are like, hey, these were something that collectors that wanted to finish off full runs or whatever got. These collectors eventually do go through highs and lows, and they do sell their lots. I mean, that's what I buy a lot is lots.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever worked for a comic shop,
what I'm saying is then you go to comic
bring shit.
Yeah, right. You because you work in a comic book. But then like outside of comic book stores, when you go to shows, there's guys that'll pull out the 1, 2, 3 keys, and some of these have lost value in kind of some of the eyes where they aren't as quote unquote hot as they used to do. So like I'll make lists now of books like that and then go back and look for them. And that's how I got a lot of the Batman Adventures that I got before, and stuff like that, where when it gets to its low point, like what you guys are talking about here, these are books that are on lists to look for in 3 years and then go back and grab them again.
I mean, some of the best spec is old spec or dead spec because it's typical. Yeah. I mean, here's an example of something I picked up. I mean, remember when this was hot, first Venom pool, right?
Yeah.
That
book stinks. I'll sell it for $2 right now.
Right, exactly. But once Kate's or someone else does Venom pool again, it'll pop. I mean, it's just.
What else you got down there, Steve? You got some other couple of garbage books?
I bought a box.
Book?
Yeah, I bought a box of variants. Yeah, let's see.
But I don't think there's too many Transformers variants or
your chair
like
looks
you're
like
gonna be able to see
until
you
about to
know
get a
which
barber
characters. Same with G.I. Joe, McClay.
Well, so I know Greg Horn was on Flipside the other night, right?
Oh, dang.
So got two of those.
That is a great cover.
So I went into a con. Well, okay, so the first pickups I've got. So I live near Baltimore, and Diamond is headquartered there. So on Facebook Marketplace, I saw a bunch of variants posted. And I had just written about the Diamond retailer variants, the ones they give away at like summits or the breakfast or lunches they have at San Diego. So, like I said, it was like the universe coming to me. So this guy had 167 Diamond Summit breakfast lunch variants. And I kept in touch with him over the course of a couple weeks, and he wasn't moving them. And eventually I bought them and at a price of less than $2 per book. So, here's a couple of them. There's the first Cindy Moon, right?
Wow.
And when I say 167 books, that includes like 4 copies of this, right?
That's an Alex Ross book, though, man. What the hell?
Right. Yeah. A couple copies of this. This is Fight Club 2, signed by Chuck,
Palahniuk,
the author. Yeah, I forget.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great book, man.
This is an Invincible. I don't know if it has any significance. I mean, I loved Invincible. I'm excited for it.
So it's funny that you bring that up, because just like McClay was asking, is there any specific characters that you could like really speculate on? And the answer is no, until the show hits, because you don't know who
In
they're gonna
Invincible?
use.
Well,
Well,
they've
I think
already announced
we
all the
know a
characters.
few of Invincible, but when it comes to Transformers
they've
and G.I.
announced like
Joe,
15 characters in
Right.
Invincible already.
right? But when it comes to
There's
G.I.
another.
Joe and Transformers, they're
Nice.
going to get really
Oh,
specific.
that is
Steve, come on.
great.
Come on.
That's an
That's
insane
fire.
book.
That's
3
crazy.
I think 3 or 4 copies of this one, and I don't even have.
What?
That's
I need
nuts.
one of those.
I don't
let me
even have
talk
a lot of the
to you
others
about
because
one
I
of
already
those.
send them
Yeah.
big leg, like the Batman,
What?
Catwoman.
Ain't
50.
nobody know who he is.
Yeah.
Nobody knows who he is.
I haven't seen
Yeah.
dude laid out on a con floor drinking a little bit there. So,
Yeah.
hey, Steve, but this is, I think, Steve's point. Like, he's kind of hitting it. Like, you have to, like, go back and get these working relationships. It's not as easy as it was 3, 5, 6 years ago when you could just walk into some LCS. If you haven't been building the relationship for years to get some of these books, and they're out there. Like,
No,
I don't
Steve showing his wares. Like, hey, I've been working this thing for a minute.
Yeah, I don't think there's any, like, what the hell is that noise?
Yeah, Crook's.
I don't know.
Yeah, I am
You got
having
a lot
to
of
mute
noise.
Crook. So if you have a set of headsets, throw your headset in, or just I'm gonna let you
Steve,
mute
throw it up.
yourself, and then whenever you unmute yourself, that's when you talk. But I'll take you off mute, but mute yourself.
Okay.
Until you get a headset or whenever you want to talk.
And also Marco.
I'm already on mute. I keep muting my mic all the time, so it doesn't matter. Like,
So
I'm
right
always-
after I picked up this lot of diamond variants from a guy who knew a former diamond employee, there was a con, a small con, and it was I was the last half hour of the con, and there's this guy with a long box of variants. And I just didn't have the time to look through them, but I saw enough in there. I'm just like, how much for the whole box? And he just thinks I'm some guy. He's like, well, how many books do you think are in this box?
Right.
And some of you guys might
And
know
you're
Carl.
Well, how much should I? How much?
Yeah,
does it take?
exactly.
What do you think I can squeeze until LG?
Yeah, but I bought the whole damn box of variants.
Yeah, I don't blame you, man.
I know
I would have bought that box
I mean,
of variants too. Shit, man.
I mean, and this is a third print Blackest Night one. I love this one.
Wow.
That's tough to find.
And this is one that Greg Horn didn't talk about, but this is another Greg Horn one from that same. That's the
Ooh, Superboy Prime.
Anti-Monitor.
Oh no,
That's
that is
pretty cool.
Santa Monitor. Yeah.
Greg Horn
Yeah.
didn't talk about this one, but bang, I'll just throw you up some heat.
And some of these I don't even know. I mean, they were just random, but I mean, I could see this. I mean, because Marvel Spec's ridiculous. I mean, this could be the first Deadpool with Wolverine's claws, right?
Nope.
I mean, no,
No.
it's not.
Wolverine #1, Jeff Scott Campbell variant, wearing the Deadpool costume with the claw popping through it.
All right, so it's a dollar.
Well, you're talking the book that nobody can afford to buy.
Right, because that was the one you had to tear off 50 Blackest Night covers in order to get.
Oh, okay.
Remember
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
one?
but it could be the
Yeah.
first Diamond variant Deadpool X-Men Claw number. We run into that all the time with Star
I
Wars.
can't believe we didn't take that offer up. I remember that offer right now, and I didn't realize that was the book you could have won.
No, they would just give it to you. They would just be like,
Nobody did.
You did
There's
Blackest Nights?
a cool fourth print.
No, you
I
had
like
to rip
that.
off a bunch of Star Wars covers.
Turn to your
Get
left
it.
a little bit there, Steve.
Even though I hate Arthur Saito, I can't stand that fucker. He's a piece of shit. I love any of his Marvel Zombies. Any of his Marvel Zombies covers I buy. I've probably got 5 of each.
Great artist. Big douchebag.
Total douchebag. He is. Total douchebag, man. Asshole.
Perez, I love Perez.
Yeah, I love Perez too. That's nice.
Yeah.
You gotta get that.
Superman issue. Very
nice and clean.
Siege 3. Yeah, Wonderworld. That's right.
That was very clean. Yeah, keep going, man. Let's see him. Come on.
So this one, I didn't even know about. This is the last issue of this Teen Titans run, 100.
Really?
And I think it has every Titan on it that's ever existed. And it's by one of the underrated guys who do like big crowd scenes. Guys, want to guess who it is?
Art Adams.
And that's what I thought.
I was gonna say George Perez.
Is it Jimenez or Jimenez?
Yeah,
Jimenez. George Jimenez.
Yeah, he's great. I love his stuff. I think he's really
absolutely.
underrated.
Wait, didn't you do the Infinite Crisis cover? Did he do the Infinite Crisis Dead Supergirl cover?
Yeah.
Ah, well, that's a good fitting cover for him to do that.
Yeah. He did some of the Infinite Crisis.
I just pulled a drunken chat shark and went and bought that book right now on eBay, as you guys could hear. That was my confirmation. I love that cover, dude. What a great fucking cover.
Yeah, I really liked it too. And then we'll talk. I'll do 3 more from. We'll call it the no cost haul from a couple weeks ago. Because free just doesn't sound right?
Did you pay nothing for these?
Newsstand.
Did you pay nothing for these?
Wait,
is that what you're saying?
wait, real quick. Is that a 9/8 candidate? Does it have a shot?
It's possible. This one is possible, actually.
Bro.
That one's possible.
Bro. Wow.
Because you do realize that's nuts if it is a 9/8.
Yeah, that's the
3-1.
I'll let Sean decide.
Which reminds us, we got to get Sean on Modern Playbook Saturday night next Saturday.
Godzilla one. That's kind of cool.
Can we talk about the Godzillas more? Like, we need all of them are ridiculous if they're in high grade.
Oh, Godzilla?
All the monsters.
Yeah.
He's talking about all all of those monsters. Those are good.
Yeah, they're ridiculous in high grade right now. People want them.
Or any of the variants.
Bad. People want them bad.
The IDW variants, but
I love that book.
Yeah,
love that book. I love Mystique. She's like one of my favorite characters.
Yeah. So those all were
get a room, you two.
Yeah, right. Greg Horn in my Mystique covers.
So what else does everyone?
All right, let me see here. I think
Crook's ready.
Crook's mic is still. Let's make sure if his mic's working here. I'm gonna unmute him. I think we're just getting feedback from us, but he should be good now. Yeah, sounds good now. Sounds great. No feedback. There we go.
I went outside.
that works.
Hello. I'm way out in the middle of nowhere. I have no internet. I'm literally on my phone. I apologize.
It's all right, brother. We're glad you're here, man. I picked up. I want to talk about this. I've talked about it on every show, but this is one of the things that I fucking love. I love going through old boxes and you forgetting what are in the boxes. And I found one of these. Oh, nice. Yeah. And I am now absolutely falling in love with this cover. Like, at first I was like, oh, this is going to be big money. This will be $1,000 hopefully in a couple of months. And now I'm like, I don't think I'm going to sell it. If anything, I might want to buy some more.
Yeah,
It's gorgeous.
Are you going to plan on selling any of them?
Well, I'm not going to buy more. I'm just going to keep this one. Yeah, I'm just going to keep this one. This is like a display book. Throw this in a comic, one of the comic hanger things, or an infinity frame, and just throw this up on the wall, because that is just gorgeous. The color.
Yeah, I love the purple.
Did you read the story?
I did not even read the story. Hey, Ultra, I don't even know how I bought this book.
Did you buy it on Drunken Chat?
No, I bought this book like two years ago or something.
All right.
This is
so in that story, they travel the Spider-Verse. So that's like one of the things about Gwen and Miles. They basically have free reign to travel whatever universe they want to. They pop up in a universe, and they see they're in a universe where the two of them are married and have children. So you already see them together. That's why the sitting in the tree story is a little bit funny, because they go into another universe and they're like, what the hell? We're married in this one. And they see their children and things like that. But the kiss between the two of them doesn't actually happen until Spider-Gwen number 18. And it's basically Gwen just leaning over and giving him like a little friendly kiss and then saying, we're friends for now.
Well, the reason why I bring that book up is because it goes along with this. Like, we're talking about, has it gotten to the point where any Miles and Gwen variants you just buy, other than store exclusives? Like, because I figured that out last night with that gorgeous Jenny Frison Spider-Gwen variant that is a store exclusive from Pop Comics that sells for like $25. But if that was a non-store exclusive, that book would be just selling for a ridiculous amount. Are there any other, like, should we just buy any non-exclusive store exclusive Miles and Gwen variant at this point for cheap?
Well, non-exclusive, incentive variant, qualifier variant, hard to find covers with good art, probably. I mean, they're all seemingly, they all seem to go through it. All right, and excluding all the store variants, if you're looking at all the stuff that comes through your LCS, they're all going back into collections. Just like they went into collections, they came back into the LCSs on trade and stuff like that, went up in value a little bit, got up priced, put back on the shelf, and now people are buying them again. It's like the second go around. So what's going to happen is going to be determined by how well is Spider-Verse 2 going to be received. If Spider-Verse 2 really lays in the groundwork for the sitting in the tree storyline a little bit more, they hinted at it in the first one. But is the Spider-Verse movie going to drive that spec, or is the story in the comics where they actually firmly put Miles and Gwen together going to further drive those books' future value?
It's very interesting because I think more and more each week we find out more information that pushes us closer to Spider-Man 3 being some type of jumping on point of Spider-Verse, right? I mean, the news coming out about Jamie Foxx. There was a couple other things that came out recently too that sounds a little crazy.
Doctor Strange is going to be his mentor.
That's it, Doctor Strange.
Multiverse, right?
Yeah, you bring in Doctor Strange and then you just opened it up. Boom, there it is. Man, like that shit's happening. That shit is really happening. I did not expect it to happen this fast. And if it is gonna happen this fast, what does that mean? Are there any books out there that we should be targeting that are super cheap right now that people haven't looked at?
I want to know what Sleepy targeted at the fucking con today. I've asked him 2 or 3 times. I feel like he's withholding valuable information from the rest of our crew of friends here.
Sleepy. He's bagging and boarding stuff right now for you.
He doesn't want me to see that he paid 50 cents for it so I can really hold on to their resentment.
Well, anybody else a Gwen reader?
The Turkish variant. I see the Turkish down there.
No,
I'm not a Gwen reader. No.
Okay. Anybody else a Miles reader?
That's the problem. Like, you know this, Ultra. The majority of us that speculate, we don't read.
I've been talking. I've been listening to the Miles stuff. I don't. What do you think? Where do you think it's going? I feel like it's false Providence on it. Honestly,
I think the Miles video game pushed his first appearance into the stratosphere for a little bit.
But the new comic line with the clone, I think it's fake stuff. Have you read anything? Have you read some of that stuff?
I have 2 copies of the baby cut variant from 18. I have issue 17, but I didn't read through them because I was trying to get a group of them together so I could read through and find a story. But I'm going to look into it because Miles sells. Here's all I do know. Miles sells, Gwen sells, Cindy sells.
No, but you can't.
Those 3.
Understood, but storyline. So, the Miles story, like it was building up to some different things, and same thing with Miss Marvel. There were some good Miss Marvel nuggets laid. Same thing with Miles, and there was some first appearances laid. The current storyline, I'm not really too into it. I mean, I think it's like got some good. It's a great story to read, not like speculation of anything.
Sleepy, let's see the books. Quit delaying.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Hold on real quick. Hey, hold on real quick.
Hold on, I got
Crook,
one of these.
Crook, can you mute yourself? Just mute yourself, and then whenever you talk, just unmute yourself.
I don't even know how to do it.
Is this turning into drunken chat? Because I'm about to pour myself another drink because I'm ready to go.
Yeah, there should be a little mute button on a little mute button. Is there not a mute button?
Right next to stop cam.
Literally on my phone in a pole barn.
It's all right, brother.
Am I, bro.
It's all right, brother.
So
we'll I'll put you in the.
That's where all you guys live in Ohio.
You're good right there. You just muted yourself. Yeah.
So, how do you guys feel about the
Marco.
other Spider-Verse stuff? So, you got some Spider-Verse books related to Miles and things like that, Sleepy?
I think. Have you been reading it at all?
A little bit, but not enough, obviously.
It's tough.
No, it's a good storyline.
I got some Gary Nusser comic perspective spec.
Well, I mean, I just would say read for yourself. To get your own. I'm not saying go out there. You got to buy every dang book.
Hey, I want to see every dang book you bought at the con.
All right, here we go. Every dang book I bought at the con today.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how to. It's just going to be way out of.
It can be real ugly. I don't care. Let's go.
Yeah, it's going to be ugly as fuck. So, I went to a con today.
I agree with Comic Jump.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
So I went to a con today. There was, let's say, 10 vendors there. These were some of the books I got. Got these ones for $1 each. Some of these.
How do you? Oh, for the record, here's the issue with John. He knows about shit that nobody else knows about. Like who? How? What are? How do you? Who drew those?
What do you mean?
Because Nico, people like him. Like that's.
Are they Peru?
How do you know about? How do you not know about these? And these were like bent up. I mean,
so why are they bag and boarded?
While he's bending up.
Yeah, these weren't even bag and boarded.
Are those Perea?
Those were $1.
Yeah. So who's the artist?
Perios. Yeah.
Okay.
Got those Perios. I also got these, which I now put in a bag and board. Do you guys?
Yeah.
You guys are picking these up?
I pick them up and I sell them because they're $40 all day, easy money.
No, they're not. You'd be lucky if you make $5 off of those.
Nah, look them up on eBay.
Nah, I'd bet you make $5.
Nico, you don't sell anything on eBay. So.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
All right, whatever. I sold them once. I sold a lot of 6 of them at one time.
So I got these. So I did get these for $5 each, which I'm happy about. And
it's a $20 comic.
I'm not gonna sell them for much more. These Centuries,
Unload
4
them
and
while
5.
you can.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna sell them when I can. I like this book too.
Let me get that one off you, bro.
No, that book's garbage. Just straight. Next time I see you, I got it. I give you 50 cents.
It's a good book. Spider-Gwen 34. Looks like
I know that's straight trash, dude.
It looks like Edge of Spider-Verse 2 because it's the final issue of her first volume.
Yeah.
Or second
All right.
volume.
All right.
Great
what else
book.
did I get? Bought this for $2.
Perfect example of a book you should be looking for.
Ooh. So what version
Batman
is that?
Arkham Knight Genesis 1 in 10.
All right.
This is the 1 in 10 variant.
Okay, so it's not the
GameStop.
version. Yeah.
No. This is the
That's
1 in
still a
10
good
variant.
book.
I mean, I bought it for $2.
How are GameStops in Ohio? Because up here, it's cutthroat, dude. It's not.
They're done.
Yeah, you go into
done.
GameStop, they'll shoot you in the parking lot up here, man. They don't play.
Oh, jeez Louise. I mean,
Rock
City, baby. Rock City.
I'm just trying to get a Chipotle burrito. Come on, bro.
So what was up with that Spawn you just showed? Is it a newsstand?
No, there's not newsstands when you get up this high. 198. There's not newsstands. Yeah, that's pay $2 for that. This one, I was like, really? I was like, this was a $1 book.
Nice.
I mean, it's a good one. That's
that's it.
First Hobgoblin, Hobgoblin thing. Century number 2. There's a couple first appearances in that.
Sorry, guys.
But they don't last very much longer past that first appearance. But cool.
Yeah, exactly. If you read the damn arc, they don't.
What do you guys think of that arc? What do you think of Sentry? What do you guys think of that character?
I'll tell you what. This arc, I talked about this last time I was on here. This arc is amazing.
It's great.
I love this arc. I love this arc.
Great read. But do you think it's going to be money? I think that arc, that's the problem sometimes. No. Good arcs, you have to get them in the whole, you got to buy the, and you guys know this, I buy a lot of collections, so that's how I do a lot of my stuff. But if you can't get the whole collection, and then shipping is a pain, that's why we do shows. But that's a great arc.
Buy this one because it's the Century family, the Century kids, the girlfriend, whatever,
Oh, you mean
everything. I think this is the one.
The Shazam family? Yeah. Keep going.
But it's Marvel, so it's better.
But they also die in issue 4, so why would you push that?
No, I think they die in this one.
Oh, do
they?
they?
They do. They die in that book.
You talked about it, bro.
First appearance and then die. Yeah, because I skimmed over the miniseries. So as far as my opinion on Century,
I read this whole series. This series is great,
Maximus, tell
bro.
me. You read too.
It's a great series.
The whole deal with Century, and the only reason why these books are even hot right now is because people think that Century is dealing with Null.
That's my fault.
It's not your fault. It's because look, there is some good things and some bad things, but the whole Fat Cobra absorbing.
Is this one an okay one?
That's actually
got
a really
a couple
good book.
of these.
What number is that one?
That's 234, 125.
Nice.
Got a couple of these. Yeah.
Well, Maximus, the whole
got
the Century
got
with
those two, and then I got this one from the same guy. Which I'm not familiar with. Was not familiar with this book.
No, it's a sick cover, dude.
And
it's an amazing cover.
234 second prints. I know you got the variants, but did you find any second prints?
No, he didn't have any.
Okay.
I'd rather have the variants.
But so as a whole, how they made Century OP for a while, and then they did the whole War of King, after War of Kings, and they did the Realm of Kings, and they did all that storyline. Then you go out there, and then you lose Nova for a little bit, and that whole 9 before that mini came out, that Century storyline. If Marvel starts going, honestly, that's a lot of the books it doesn't matter. I grab books for whatever. I don't know what modern whatever. But when you start getting into the War of King storylines, when you start getting to Volcom and all that stuff that happened out there, and when you get into Century having to go up into the sky and fight everything, and then you got the black hole that sucks everybody in.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Those books I think is good. So if people start getting hot on the Century stuff, no matter what, even if Cates makes it into a a Kate special for 3 or 4 weeks or whatever he normally does, I think he'll pull back into that. And once they start getting into that, like when you start getting into that War Ring, like that whole Space Odyssey stuff, like you can pull so many people into it. You can shoot it so much. You can make it into long-running TV series. You can make it into any type of production you want. I mean, and then you cross over all these people that you can, and you see it in DC right now. This is how we started off the conversation, was talking about how Green Lantern was a cluster when they first made it, right? But now they're coming back and it looks like they're going to do something good in the TV show. And when you start talking about some of these modern books, nobody's looking for War of Kings. You know what I mean? Like nobody, I picked
Nobody likes the cosmic side of Marvel until Guardians of the Galaxy after post Annihilation Conquest.
Right.
That's
the
jump point for a lot of people.
Right. But if you're going to
Annihilation Scourge is where if you are a Sentry fan, you need the tail end. And
right, I understand that, but what I'm saying is
all right. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying because it gives
because then you tie in the Summer Family,
Fantastic Four. You got
Fantastic
Beta
Four,
Ray Bill, you got Silver Surfer, you got Nova, you got the ability to
the Nova Corps.
You got all of that stuff, including the Guardians of the Galaxy being in it.
You bring back Inhumans, at that point. I mean, and the variants for some of those variants are cheap and they're good. Plus, you bring in the Lost Summer Boy, where you bring in Valcom, and is that how you say this? I'm bad at pronouncing names, but you bring in Valcom and all those guys, and then you bring in the Star. I mean, you bring in Star Jammers. Like, I mean, you can. Am I going off too wild? But I mean,
I'm wondering what
it's all out there in space.
Does
but
Nico
those two
actually
storylines,
two
you can bring in so
computers?
many good characters, and those books right now, if you can hunt them, because McClay asked, those are books that I look for because those books still have first appearances in them. They still have team ups in them. They still have stuff that can be shot. And now that you start using these video game things, like if you know anything about how. If you've watched any of our Star Wars shows, we talk about all the time how they can shoot stuff so much cheaper now. Like the CG is so cheap now.
Easy to do. But we're so far away from Sentry being anything MCU related.
Period. No, but
just because
we just had the Avengers.
George Lopez said something that I think
we just had the Avengers game drop.
Fire. Hold on. George Lopez says Sentry is null. How do you guys feel about that?
No, that's bullshit. I don't even think he knows what he's talking about.
But hey, I have serious questions, right?
No, Jorge's my boy, dude.
Which is, you ready? What else did Sleepy buy?
Throw them all out there, bro.
What bullshit? I've been to a fucking con with you. I don't believe it. And second, who'd you buy those ratio variants from?
Whom's that?
I feel like I'm in the courtroom. I can't get a straight answer. It's like the story of my life. I swear. Story of my life. I like the Nova girl.
Flip, they've killed him like 3 times.
I don't even have any ratio variants.
No, the Nova girl. The black girl. I thought it was Riri Williams on the cover. That's what happens when I don't buy.
Talking about my man. That's offensive, bro. This is somebody that I've been trying to talk to for a while, and now that we're together, you're trying to get in on that.
More than a friend? You like her more than a friend?
No, Nico. That's the thing. Like we talk about it all the time. It's the relationship with dealers. Like John probably won't say it, but I'll talk to him later. Like who was at that show? Like if you don't have
he's actually talking about my girlfriend.
Oh, listen, her.
I know all of the fucking same dealers that Sleepy does. I just want to know who had it and if they were at the last show and I missed them. Which, you don't.
Nico going to.
You're not going to answer.
Permission to treat him as a hostile witness.
Was it Adam?
I mean, Ultra, that's what I'm saying, though. With some of these modern books, though, like, it's good to get on them. Like, you might think Sentria is, like, 100 years down the road. Cool. But let's backtrack to why he's actually important in the Marvel universe.
Sentria's awesome.
Oh, Jesus.
That black cover is tough.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, that number 1 is fucking tough as hell.
Yeah. And I like the same series that you did.
George, how many books did you read in that Sentry book?
I read one volume of one
George reads
mini-series.
George actually does read some comic books.
Yeah, but I try to pretend like I don't, so I can take advantage of people like you. They fucking talk, and I'm like, I don't know.
That series is like, if you read that series, you're like, oh, I don't really care about any Marvel character otherwise than a Sentry.
I like the little,
at the same time,
I like the little minis too, like the
X-Men,
Fantastic Four, the little one-shots or whatever.
Yeah. But at the same time, you're like, is this a real character? Like,
or a psychiatric sort of fucking delusion?
He's straight.
Boy. Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying, my point is this: like when you start looking back at what they can actually do production level, what actually is selling, right? Like, you know, if you can get ahead of The Walking Dead before it's the zombie apocalypse, if you can get ahead of vampires before it's, what was the girl thing with the dude that glitters all the time?
Stardust? No. The guy from
What's happening?
No, the movie with the guy that glitters all the time. The movie with the guy that glitters. He's playing Batman now.
The guy from WWF.
Of course, George knows that. Twilight. But like, if you get ahead of that type of stuff, and that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, if everybody thinks the rumor of Sentry's null, it doesn't matter if Sentry's null or not. Like, where's the next storyline going? Because these guys will start putting out first prints. We've seen Marvel do it before with everything. I mean, they literally will keep redoing these first prints, even if it's irrelevant. And if they get enough push on it, some of these characters will play good. And I think really when you start getting into that space opera portion of, because you can add in you can combine all these people. So you can pull them out of movies, you can pull them out of TV shows, and you can put them all together. And when you start getting these big conglomerates of stuff, I mean, they own X-Men now. They own literally everything now. They own everything. Except for Sony, technically, but they'll own that soon too. And if you don't own Sony, find the products that they have that they own. And the products that they own, a lot of times, are either, I mean, they already did Civil War, so what do we have next, right? We have to go to that because that's what they did. In that era of like that 06 era to 010, 012, when Marvel actually revived itself, because if we remember in comics, that's what happened, right? Like they were a dead product before 06. Before Civil War hit, their selling comics portion was death. They didn't have anything. They were so sick. And then, they came out with Siege and everything after that. I'll give you that. But like in that era, they actually were selling these runs. And that's why Marvel started doing these event after event after event. And if we look back at the events they did that actually succeeded in that era between 06 and probably 10 to 12, those I think are books now that are cheap when we find in dollar bins that we can go back and grab. And I think they might produce later on. I mean, hey, look, I'm buying them. So, I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
But the problem with Sentry is it's a wrap on the fucking small screen or the big screen because they're going to do Blue Marvel. It fits better with the cultural landscape and the characters are duplicative. It's a wrap. Now, does that mean that the books are trash? No, of course not. But as far as like getting, some sort of film adaptation, I think the probability is low.
I agree with what JJ Maxwell says. I think Cates is just going by the seat of his pants. That's
he just makes shit up as he goes. Yeah.
But you know what? He's good. All right, I'll give Cates credit because
you have to. He's good at it.
I've been working on a spec matrix breakdown of all of the different splinters of Null. And every time a new book comes out, I can't release the episode because I have to go in and add more. And I'm already at well over 150 pages of slides of just internal book pieces, just things that the mystery of Null, it goes back through so many books. So Cates has read all of these other books, and I know he has because there's no way you do these specific things and don't do them, for a reason. But it's also because the editorial staff at Marvel has for years enforced, this is our universe, this is the things that you can and cannot do. And every time that they go on those retreats and they do their planning and things like that, they always have that, okay, you can do some of this, but this is where we're going to be at this point on the chessboard. So you always know where they're going to go, and that's why Hickman had to wait to do his X-Men story, I think. But the null mystery, it gets celestial. Let's just put it that way. And the Celestials and Eternals and all the other chess pieces that they're putting into place for the MCU as well as their books, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the pattern. And
see, like, I'm sorry, but if you weren't smart enough to pick up on the Hickman stuff, there's something Hickman said a long time ago, especially when some of his books started showing up, the characters he created started showing up in the universe, like on the actual thing, because he did the earlier run in Marvel about what were those guys that were Thanos' like little peons? Like he said, I'm putting characters in my book. Yeah,
Black Order.
I'm putting characters in my book that are going to show up on the screen. And then he went out and did East versus West.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was coming back to get a paycheck because he knew how the comic book world works and he needs to get paid. And then he came back. And if that wasn't a guy you were waiting and you weren't sitting there and ordering, getting multiple books in the variants of when he came through with X, I mean, like, that's on you, I guess. I mean, like, how don't you?
Yeah, I'm excited about Hickman. Am I incorrect that the only way that you can do mutants on the big screen and on the small screen is to adopt the Moira McTaggart plot device and just make it so, like, you don't, because I mean, at some point in time,
coming back for sure.
Well, no, at some point in time when they asked Hickman, like before he had released House of X and Powers of 10, they're like, well, what are you doing? And he's like, well, they asked me to clean up continuity and I can't. So I came up with that plot device. And then they can just kind of do whatever they want in 1,000 different timelines. And none of it has to make sense chronologically or
that's how comics should be.
And you can pick and choose which timelines you want in order to make your story. And also leaving it open-ended enough for another writer to take over after you depart.
Like, yeah, I still pick up all.
Like, Hickman gets it. Like, Cates is great because he gives us books we can flip really easily. But, like, Hickman gets it. In the long run, Hickman knows where the money's going to be at the end of the day. He knows how to fix the stories. He knows what to put in. It's like a lot when we talk on the Star Wars show about Filoni. Like, you have to find the guys who are steering the ship and won't compromise, right? And Hickman is one you have to believe in. So if you want to know about modern specs, sure. Anything Hickman does.
But you guys want to know something funny? Hickman's first X-Men book was actually Fantastic Four when he was writing Franklin Richards as an adult.
Yeah, Franklin Richards. Yeah.
He also is responsible for the Endgame universe-ish because he cleaned up all the Starlin stuff, right?
Well, I wouldn't call it cleaning up. So,
well,
he never finished the Starlin Galactus stuff.
So, you guys know that the whole Donny Cates end issues of Thanos was very, very controversial for Jim Starlin.
Yep, he was pissed.
Really?
Because Jim Starlin had written a very similar story and already presented it to the Marvel editorial staff. And supposedly some of it was leaked to Donny Cates and adapted for a new run, supposedly.
This isn't a supposed thing. This is what they do.
Yeah. Well, basically, Starlin still got to do it. And Starlin's Final Thanos story was presented in a hardcover. But this is also the reason why if I said the words the Infinity Entity to anybody, you have to be a super hardcore Starlin Infinity Saga fan to know exactly what that is. Yeah. And how many of you guys have heard of Infinity Entity? You have? Okay,
yeah, because I've heard you guys talk about it.
I have the variant of it's like a 1 in 25, and it's just like an insanely ghost of a book.
Also,
you're not gonna find it.
Also, this is a little bit off topic, but kind of on topic. Search out those epic illustrated issues with the last Galactus story that Starlin never got to finish. Starlin never got to finish that shit. So I think that was Starlin, right?
I think so.
I think too, like, that's part of it. I think like there, when we talk about different collectors, once again, like foreigns or like completionists or whatever else, I think the more with how you have people exposing, because you see more of it now. Like, you didn't always get to hear the full stories of what's going on, but now people are more
I don't know if it's because of social media or whatever, but if you start becoming a fan of a certain character or
John Byrne, that was John Byrne. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but yeah, that was John Byrne. Yep.
But even like the Kirby wars, like everybody getting on Kirby's side for stuff against Stan Lee and stuff like that. Like the more you start hearing the stories, because on the internet they'll give it to you, the more, right or wrong, even if the story's not true, there will be collectors of certain of these issues. And I think that's what comes with Sterling too. Like Sterling can come out there. I mean, one of the best stories ever is when you hear what's the short guy's name? The that tells all the story about smacking Kane in the face. If you ever heard him in a combat. Steranko. Like the Steranko, like that story could be true or it couldn't be true, but Steranko says it all the time, and we've all heard it at a con before, right? So like people love Steranko stuff, and he's become more popular because of the podcast and that. So he wins the game. Like you just win the game. And Sterling at one day, Starling, sorry, at one day might win the game. So it's definitely a good spec to grab some of his stuff, especially his late series stuff.
Those early Thanos, those Captain Marvel Thanos books have really died.
Absolutely.
So yeah,
dude, the Iron Man 55 dropped like a sack of potatoes.
And I
truth be told,
I still
it's
love
probably an exceptional buy. Now, shame on me. I'm still just like waiting for it to go down a little bit more. I picked up a
6.0 from my buddy Kyle for like I think $400 or something like that. Just 'cause, like fuck it, that's a book I've always wanted, and
yeah, it's insane, right? I mean, he is the ultimate villain on the big screen for an entire generation. It took like 6 months after Endgame for the book to sink like a sack of potatoes.
Yeah.
Who would guess?
Real quick, I want to show, because I know people love this type of shit, and I would talk about G.I. Joe earlier in the night, and so I went and grabbed my.
Yeah, you're fucking killing me with that shit. I go take a smoke break, and all of a sudden you're like literally running the next 2 years of my spec life.
Are you ready?
Damn, McClay, killing me. Yeah, I'm ready to take notes.
He didn't do it. Hasbro PulseCon did it.
Yeah. You're exactly right, my friend. Hasbro PulseCon ignited the fire under a lot of people's ass. So here's I'm just going to go on. These are just some spec books and some of my G.I. Joe stuff that I pick up every once in a while. This Wraith character is a big character. If fans love this character in G.I. Joe, this Wraith character, even
what is that? That's DDP G.I. Joe #1?
Yeah, no, the character Wraith takes place, I think, like 28 through 31. And I'll just hold on. I'll get more into this character as we go. This issue 12, I buy every time I see it because this has the Invincible preview in the back.
No doubt.
And it's a gorgeous cover by Joe Benitez of the Battle Android Bat. And like I say, I pick it up every time I see it, man. This is one of the few ones that people just don't think about. You know what I mean?
Look at you killing it, dude. Half a dozen copies. Well done.
This one right here is a sweet cover because it's a dual cover. Let's see if I can do this. All right, here we go. Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow 20 and 21. But 21 has a special cover for it that a lot of people don't know about. Well, they might, but J. Scott Campbell homage cover.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
21B, cover B.
Do we have a lot of first appearances that happened in the Image run versus the Marvel run?
So yes, there are a lot of first appearances that happened in the Image run because the Marvel run didn't get to all their characters. You know what I mean? All right. This.
That's the same with the IDW Transformer stuff.
This is a really sweet cover for. I don't know where this takes place, but this is an reprints issue 21. I think this might be from the toys, but I'm not sure. It reprints first appearance of Storm Shadow, 25th anniversary. I'll have to look into that. But this is issue 22 to the series of the Image series, and this is Michael Turner cover. This is a Serpentor where Serpentor gets introduced in the Image series. That's,
wow.
That's cover 22, but 22 also has a sketch variant for Turner. Issue 33 is the issue to have for Wraith. Okay, I brought up the Wraith figure, and the reason why is because people love that figure. They love the character. They love it, but it also has a variant. This is 33 cover B, and it's a Michael Turner variant. That's just badass.
Damn.
Right? You can see him. He's going invisible and shit. But that also has a sketch variant. So score the sketch variant, if you can get it too. Tough book to find. This is a book that most people will that follow G.I. Joe will know about. It's a grail for a lot of people. And this is it's called issue 21, and it's from it reprints the silent issue. And it's called the Renegar edition. And
I had to give my presser my copy in payment for he wanted it, and I love that book. I need to buy another one. How the hell was it distributed?
And I'm not 100% sure, and that's why I'm bringing it up. This might have been the GrahamCrackers.com variant, because I know Graham Crackers did another variant for this that I'll show you in a second. Right. But this is Michael Turner, gorgeous Michael Turner cover work. This is the Renegar variant of issue 21. And I got a ton of them. I've been stacking them. I've been stacking them for years, man. They're really hard to get high grade. I've got like 4 or 5 9/8s.
Oh, nice, dude.
Yeah, dude, it's a great book. Like I said, here's more 33s. 33 is a great issue. 22, more of the sketch covers, more 33s. All right, this is issue 35 with the Wraith storyline. The Wraith storyline went from like I said, like 28 or 29 through 35 or 36. This is a variant, a previews exclusive. Snake eyes on the cover.
See, this is tremendous. So I can talk to you about G.I. Joe, Ultra about Transformers.
Yeah. Here's
Marco about Star Wars. And all of my DC questions can be answered by Steve.
This is the convention.
I had nothing.
This is a 2002 convention special.
Nice. That's a solid book. No, hold that back up.
Yeah, please.
That is a book.
Yeah. Beautiful. And this is one of my favorite covers because I get this cover signed. I have one that's in a box upstairs. I put all my signed PC books in one box. I have one that's signed by literally anybody I run into in a con that's ever done anything for G.I. Joe. And that is the convention.
Dude.
And it reflects. So that book reflects. Could you take, Bryan, would you mind taking one out of the plastic, or is that
no way, dude? Not a chance.
Come on, man. Just put it on the back of the book. You've got like 5 of them, bro.
Instant fingerprints. There's no way.
This is issue 34. This is issue 34, the red foil variant from Graham Crackers.
That's dope.
Yeah, and this is one of the early store exclusives. Graham Crackers was doing store exclusives all the way back in then. So these are really hard to find, and like I said, I stacked those too.
And super cool, by the way. In real, that picture doesn't do the reality of how.
Yeah, like cool I said, more.
While he just thumb presses down on the front of the cover.
And then this one is, I can't remember what variant this is for because I don't remember seeing it.
Huh.
Yeah. Right?
Do you have any of the Lady Serpentor stuff?
I do. And I don't know if they're in the box, but the book I'm going to get to next is one of my favorite Graham Cracker variants of all time, one of my favorite variants of all time, and of course it's G.I. Joe, so that makes it even better. And that is when G.I. Joe restarted, they did a variant, homage variant based on the Kirby. Not the Kirby. Was it? No, not Kirby. Who did the original? It was Kirby, the original Captain America cover where he's punching Hitler. This right here is a sweet cover.
Nice.
Yeah. Really hard to get. Graham Crackers exclusive for G.I. Joe America's Elite #1 when it went over to Devil's Due exclusively. Gorgeous book. But what people really look for the Graham Crackers exclusives are their foil variants, like I showed you with that Cobra cover. They did foil variants for this that are just impossible to find in high grade. Usually they're off.
Oh, the Cap 1?
Yeah, dude.
Wow,
So
that's
there's
pretty
the
sweet.
regular. There's the regular and the foil. But the reason why I also wanted to bring up the foils is because some of those sweet old school variants from Devil's Due Image were printed with the foil and very hard to find. This is the Turner Wraith one.
Wow,
this one's
Michael
even
Turner.
better because it's the Turner Wraith one signed by Michael Turner.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty dope, right? Use how you could buy them back in the day. And here's the holy grail of a lot of G.I. Joe collectors, the Renegar edition, but foil.
That's a pimp book.
Yeah, and this is so hard to get in high grade because you could see the foil gets offset in a lot of them.
Nico, didn't we just talk about in the interview with the boys earlier? We were talking about that type of book with those variants that came out early with the gold press printing and how rare they were, and they actually did. I know variants have got like the exclusive variants for graham crackers or for whoever have got bad press nowadays, but those early editions, they were really counted out and they were legit books.
Yeah,
and it was something
You're
new.
going to cost me a lot of money tonight, Brian.
This is the IDW series issue 0 cover A. This was a $1 book, but it's great to get signed, and there is a RRP like 1 in 100 variant for it that I'll show you shortly. But I like getting these because they're great to get signed. This is a great Delgado book that also has a famous a negative variant. I don't think I have the negative variant, but we'll check. This is a gorgeous Delgado cover.
He says he can't get any books. He says he can't get any books in his area, and look what he's pushing out.
Dude. Listen, wait till he gets into his vintage books.
So this is the Delgado variant, red variant for this one. I think it's the second printing. We all know about
you're
these.
You're literally killing me.
All right, one of the greatest, characters in G.I. Joe is Baroness, and here's a beautiful.
Who didn't have the hots for her, dude? Sorry.
Great character, dude. Great. This is a variant that Greg Horn did that is really hard to find. That was done by I forget. It's for Joe Con. So G.I. Joe has a con that they used to do every year. Of course, we all know about this.
Oh, look at this! Hey, look, Joe's got you.
Yeah, I definitely. Yeah. This is a variant for when Snake Eyes died. Here is an early Grant Morrison book, really early. This is G.I. Joe, the European Adventures from England, and early Grant Morrison.
Man, I think I had that one as a kid, and it was completely trashed.
This is just one that I don't know why it was still bagged, so I threw it in there. I thought that was cool.
Nice.
But this one's really cool. Oh, so here is one that I had signed by Larry Hama and Blaylock and Seeley, who were all part of the book. But I have one that's signed, just covered in silver with this. This is a sweet IDW issue 19.
Brian, is there a red ink pen like that?
And I'll show it to you.
Yes, that's amazing.
So there's beautiful cover with Larry Hama signed.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. We
should have absolutely done a G.I. Joe special.
Yeah, we're getting into some really good stuff. Like I say that now, but this is some cool stuff here. This is the G.I. Joe Disclassified variant, signed by Seeley, Hama, and Blaylock. Really hard. That's a dope book. It's card stock, so it's really hard to.
Why I haven't been calling you when I run into G.I. Joe books and I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. This is
one of my all-time favorite covers of all time. This is Joe Benitez. Yeah, Joe Benitez Firefly cover. Gorgeous cover. I just pick them up every time because Firefly is a favorite character of a lot of G.I. Joe collectors. So these are a lot of signed books that I like. These are all signed. This is Michael Zeck. Michael Zeck did a gorgeous set of covers. These are the Zeck books. So I had Zeck sign a set with Blaylock and Seeley.
Oh, this is the end of the G.I. Joe not popping off shit. Son of a bitch.
Here's the Zeck. You could get this from Michael Zeck, the Great Lakes Con variant at the Great Lakes Con.
Come out and see us. It is a great show, by the way. Just got to say what's up to Mike. That he puts on a good show over there.
Signed by Larry Hama in yellow.
First print. That's first print.
Yep. It's another one signed by Larry Hama in yellow. Now, this is a book that everybody...
Hold on, was that 75 cents? Was that the second print?
This is the 60 cents.
Okay.
Yeah. So this book right here is book probably top 5 covers of all time for me. And I have 2 9.8s, 2 9.8 signed, and this by McFarlane. This one is just signed by Larry Hama, but
wow.
Yeah. I mean, this is such a hard book to find in the wild, especially in high grade. It was put out after issue 155.
I don't think there's a copy on eBay because it's in my saved search history and I can never find it.
Yeah. So, and we all know this one. You know, had Larry Hama
It's
sign
our buddy.
this. Yep. So this is a beautiful Michael Zeck cover. Had Zeck and Larry Hama sign this.
Why no one cares about that book is beyond me.
Yeah, gorgeous. Here's the Storm Shadow version signed by Larry Hama.
You know, that frame variant probably sells better to Black Suit Spider-Man completionists than it does to anybody else.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah. I love those frame variants. Obviously, you guys know this. And hiding in this box is a bunch of stuff that I didn't... Wow. All right, so these aren't G.I. Joe books. Well, a couple of them are here. Let's go through these. You guys are going to like this. We'll just go through them. These are... these might be some stuff to get graded. This is a gorgeous variant, the 75 years variant, Superman Unchained. Here you go, Steve. DCU variant.
All right. Very cool.
Man, I must have been picking up the 75th anniversary stuff variants. This is a book that I think is really underrated, and especially in high grade. That's the World's Finest Batman Adventures with Batman and Superman Adventures early.
That's smart.
Yeah, really hard to find. Really thick book, hard to find.
Is that an early Harley appearance too?
Very early, yeah.
Here's
Mad Love, the second printing, or I can't remember what the printing thing was on this.
They did or something. Yeah, everybody's for a minute it was selling for more than the first print.
Yeah. It's not
Ross
in the comic
gorgeous.
Book. Oh, look, we were just talking about that one.
Negative Panther.
Nice. I like that one.
Yeah.
You don't see those all the time either.
Because it's a 181 swipe, and that's another like one of those like
you'll just go in boxes.
Yeah, another 181 swipe.
Just go in people's boxes and die, never to return to the market again.
And
you got them all.
Did you see that Secret Wars 181 swipe that I picked up?
Yep.
No.
Old Man Logan versus Maestro by Diodato.
I love that Pulp Fiction, the second print, the Reservoir Dogs. I need a copy. I should buy one off eBay. It drives me nuts. I don't have one.
I like these. This is a hard book to find, surprisingly. This is the J. Scott Campbell G.I. Joe cover B variant, IDW.
Danger Girl G.I. Joe, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. This right here is, I can't remember whose very first, this might be Adam Kubert's very first professional work, one of them.
Huh.
Can't remember. Oh, sweet. Oh, nice. 2 of them. Beautiful cover. Wow. I don't know why this didn't ever take off.
Because it's the newest volume.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I always love the Hope solo series.
That right there, those David Finch variants for Second Coming, some of the best looking artwork that have ever been done.
Yeah, Steve just showed a gorgeous black and white one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, this is one that I don't know if a lot of people know about, but it's a foreign variant to 91.
Nice.
Oh no shit.
Yeah. And it's beautiful condition. I don't know where it's from. It says supplement.
Huh.
So that, to end this out, that might be something that the foreign guys might figure out for me if any of them are watching. Beautiful condition. I mean, like, it's got a couple spine ticks, but other than that, it's really nice condition. So if G.I. Joe really kicks off, which we'll, all of us comic fans, speculators are hoping it does, because we're probably a lot of us sitting on stuff like that, right? Boxes of stuff for those some of those series, Transformers, G.I. Joe,
Yeah, and my thought, I guess, sort of when we were talking about this with respect to G.I. Joe, less with respect to Transformers, is that if The Rock and what's his face, Peacemaker, John Cena, and who else was it supposed to be? You can't see me. Tom Holland. Thank you. That if those guys actually get cast and they really start to explore that universe, we've got a shot of it doing something perhaps not equivalent to, but to it doesn't have to be as big as Star Wars to drive a lot of those prices through the roof. The other thing is Star Wars has, I don't know, 20 times as many characters, 100 times as many characters. You guys tell me.
It's got a lot. It's got a lot, especially when you go through the whole.
Yeah. So it only has to be a fraction as big to have as many winners, which is why I liked it. And I think that if they ever got their act together to do Transformers in a similar way, that with Star Wars and G.I. Joe laying the groundwork, here comes Transformers, We've never seen the Dinobots on the big screen.
Oh, God. Like the construction. Yeah.
Well, you're going to completely discount everything Michael Bay has done anyway.
Well, who cares? However, he's the J.J. Abrams of Transformers. Who gives a shit?
Rumors are that they are going to finish off the Bayverse with one last movie.
Get the fuck out of here. Look at this good-looking bastard. Ha!
No.
This is what I have to say about, if I can, on G.I. Joe, though. Like, you have to understand, like, as much as there's, like, in the Star Wars universe, and it happens in every fandom, right? Like, so in the Star Wars universe, there's the it's not my Star Wars people. In the G.I. Joe universe, there is a very, very big top niche. They will attack you. They will get you wherever you go. They won't let a lot of new stuff come out. It better be very canonized type people out there that like their G.I. Joe a certain way. And if they don't get it their way, they will kill it. They won't watch these cruddy films. That,
I thought these 6-inch figures was going to cause an uproar in the community, but surprisingly, those 6-inch and you would know what I'm talking about, Marco, because over on the dark side, you talk about a lot about the action figures, and those 6-inch figures are the talk of G.I. Joe collectors right now because they're so hard to find that they can't get them, and that's never been a real problem with G.I. Joe collectors. They could always get their figures, and now they can't get them, so they're pissed.
I think they're kind of feeling the pushback. Like for years, they've been so G.I. Joe for years. For those people that don't know the G.I. Joe, what's been going on there, the G.I. Joe, and not me or not McClay, or anybody on this channel who are big G.I. Joe fans or whatever, or Transformer even fans, but like there's been in that community, there's been a very strong voice, and it's a tough voice. And I am not going to. I wasn't in the service, so I don't have the ability to talk about how some of their feelings are about the G.I. Joe community. However, they have driven the future of G.I. Joe for a very long time. If there's a writer they disapprove of, they immediately get moved off the book. If there's an artist they disapprove of. If there's a toy creator they disapprove of, and Brian could probably tell you, like those people don't stick around for a while. And I'm not talking like an arc. They don't stick around 2 books. They don't stick around like scalping a toy for more than one time and stuff like that. And I think that's why people were concerned about the 6-inch figure. But I think it also drove them a little bit crazy on how to produce something that these people would buy. And then when the 6-inch came out, they realized, oh, there could be a shortage on what we actually want because we've been overtelling them what we want. And I think you're going to kind of see this now. So I think it might lighten up just a little bit. And yeah, sure, wrestling kind of crosses over, especially this guy crosses over to some of those fan bases. And The Rock obviously is universal. I don't think anybody can. Look, you've got no heart if you criticize The Rock. Like, I'm sorry. And if you got problems with that, come see me. But like, The Rock's a good guy, and he's done a lot of good stuff, and he's had to overcome things. Like, I think if you have those two people face it, you get the fan base. This guy gets the fan base for the critics. and The Rock gets the fan base for the rest of them, and it's $1 million winners. And those books that Bryan were showing, especially those ones, and I know I was making fun of how he held them, but like those ones that were getting signed, the Graham Cracker, the Cobra Khan ones in the beginning, like those, yeah. What was it?
Yeah, when we're talking about G.I. Joe, especially, but I am a huge creator first guy. I talk about this all the time. Mm-hmm. I look for those early creator first, and you're right, JJ, that Jamie Tyndall and Art Drum both got their starts, early. A lot of the early stuff was in those G.I. Joe comics. So
Carter,
and make it through. But I think those books I think that's perfect. That those books, G.I. Joe has the most potential to pull off. And if you haven't been going out there and buying. If you haven't been going out there and buying people, because they've sold them, especially after those movies, they were selling their collections. If you haven't been buying those collections in the past, maybe the worst wrestler of all time, but I still love him. But if you haven't buying those collections in past, that's on you. I think you should get them before they get to be too expensive, because they honestly will. And it kind of takes me into something else about Creator First, because I just picked this up. I don't know if we can see this.
Hold on 1 second here.
Yeah. Okay. So these, I don't know if you guys know much about Fanzines and all. Yes. Yeah. So like you'll see these come up like when you're going into.
Put it back up on screen while you're talking about it, because that's pretty dope, dude.
Maybe I got to change the lighting.
No, you just got to turn it sideways a little bit.
There you go. Yeah. Okay. So when you start,
no, angle it like this.
Whatever.
There you go.
Yeah, it's good.
So when you start seeing these, and you'll see it a lot in like Star Wars books, you'll see it a lot in these, like Eastman and them. They did a lot of this, and you'll see it in a lot of different. So this $3, just so you guys can see the proof.
Oh wow!
Like when you go into these places, and I know you guys are going into them now because I see you there. When you go into if you're down there digging, and I'm a big dude and I'm old as crap. I have 2 replaced knees and my hips are bad, but I'll be in those bottom bins. When you go through there, look for these fanzines and look what they have in them, because that's his Eastman interview, and there's also actually Eastman art in it. Like this stuff is early stuff that you can find there, and I'm not saying like, hey, look, you're going to get $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 for it, but like if you're a collector, a fan, or even if you want to sell to one of those people, like buying that for $3, is that modern? I don't know, but like it's good, and you can find it in boxes. So go to your antique shops, find that type of stuff, but don't pass on fanzines, because a lot of their original art does come in those. Like this probably isn't the right episode to talk about how fanzines produce, but like
fanzines are great spec, man. A lot of Bernie Wrightson fanzines sell for really good money. There's a lot of fanzines that have artists very first, like Dave Sim, I want to say. Dave Stevens, fanzine was a first work was in a fanzine.
Fan produced Transformers Universe #1 Unicron cover sells for like $6,000.
Yeah. Shout out to Jay.
Tell you something about this, though, brother. Because my man,
hey, hold on. Does anybody know anything about this?
Hold on. Keep that up for a second.
The more bourbon I drink,
Neil Adams fanzine, it looks like.
Yeah.
This is 19, if anybody can see the date, 19, what the hell date is this?
76?
74.
74.
Wow. It's a fanzine. I picked this up for $3 however many years ago. I have no clue.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know anything about this.
Neil Adams fanzines are like up there with some of those Bernie Wrightson ones, man. Neil Adams fans are just ravenous.
Cool. Yeah, I'm glad. So I'm glad you guys are all like this, because this is something I've been on for a couple of years now. Like those fanzines, you have to look out of them, and some people like you have to check, because a lot of these artists that were doing fancy books, they became independent. What's his name? They started doing books like Hellboy or BMPD, or they started doing like what's he just said with Adams. Like these guys ended up doing fanzines because they were doing it at their local cons to produce stuff, and they came out and became Eastman. Like, I mean, they became big people. So don't pass on that. Like, actually look at the book and read it. Actually, no, I probably should not say any of this, because if you guys start trying to dig these things out, I might not get as many. But like, yeah, look at that, dude.
Just insane artwork inside. It's like this is like the sketchbook store variant before those things were a thing.
I want to give I want to give a quick shout out to my buddy Corbin, the comic book barbarian in chat. He is a co-host of a really good podcast called the Absolute Geek Podcast. Yeah. And he's a friend here in the Valley. And one of the things that he has done is he likes to buy fanzines and old school magazines because he's a younger cat and he doesn't know the truth, like the history of comics. And when you read these fanzines and these old wizards and old, comic readers, they give you the history of comics.
And does anybody know anything about this?
Doc Joe, there's a book for you if I ever saw one.
Yeah, really.
Oh my God, 1971. I think you're gonna have to sell that to Doc Joe.
Okay, it's it looks like it's an art zine.
That's gonna go in a nice frame.
Art Police. This is from Minneapolis. Okay.
Wow, that's dope.
Carter, what's the stock on that too? By the way, what's the stock?
It looks like they made it themselves.
It's like regular, from a Flume. It's like it feels like a Flume magazine or something like that. You know what I mean? And we'll take a look at the insides really quick. I really want to know because I've tried to research this for years and I can't.
And it's tough. When you start picking up these fanzines, by the way, it gives you some time. Because you got something.
You end up with like early Crumb, early Sinkowitz or something crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking.
And the name on it is Fritz Wolfmeyer. And from what I could research, I think he's dead. But
I wonder if he was a dentist.
But this
could be like Utopia.
But this is the thing with a lot of those fanzines. So
exactly.
Maybe I'll go through this one. I don't mind going through this one so much because I bought it for so cheap. So.
And this is where the murder starts.
Yeah. So like when you start going through some of these, right? Like you'll get the reader pages.
The letters, yeah.
Yeah, when you start reading through these, a lot of the artists and people that started writing, these are look, I know McClay's like me, we find this stuff cool, but you get to see their first in comic book, right? Not that, look, I'm not trying to say a true first or what, I don't give a crap. I'm saying dorky comic cool stuff, that's cool. Like when you get somebody like an Adams writing into a fan or a your guys' boy out there in Arizona, McFarlane, the crazy guy, he would write into these fanzines all the time. You get stuff like that. Or local artists out here, we'd have a bunch of them in, and we got some too. You got to remember, back in the 80s and 90s, the independent market for a lot of these books, guys that ended up being big, had to start writing into some of these shows and some of these cons that no longer exist. And fanzines was a way for them to get in and write in when they were in their teens or 12s, or even in college to start getting themselves known as writers, right? So they would do it. So you'd go there, you'd have the early ones. Then you'd start going, and a lot of them typically run like this. You get black and whites. I'm sorry about I got to get a new camera, guys. I'm just lazy as shit. But you start getting it in the panels. But the problem with the panels were a lot of these guys who were doing the panels, I'm sorry, they would have their buddies do the artwork in it. Some of them would be both. Writers would do some of the artwork, but some of the other things was they'd have their buddies doing some of the artwork, and they wouldn't actually tell you the artwork till the end and who did a lot of the artwork. Then they'd come out and they'd do another page of advice. So they'd have somebody writing an advice column, and a lot of these guys ended up becoming editors at big comic book things, or they became the people that work behind, and then eventually started running stuff like Quesada from Marvel and stuff like that. And then you'd have a completely different, whoever was on the front at the end, they would start writing, they'd let somebody else get some pub, right? So whoever was there would do a little, they're this kid who submitted something would do something good. And then the final page would typically be an interview with whoever the hot person that was new at a show was. And we're not talking Stan Lee hot. We're talking Eastman in the 90s, 90s hot. We're talking just whoever they could get. They were literally young dudes running around just trying to be journalistic, and they couldn't get a job at the local paper. And they would start doing these interviews with people. Some of them aren't even old enough to write and stuff like that. So look for them. And then also too, on the back, So this is the big thing about the back of these fanzines, and you can find a lot of this stuff for like, and Jon Z probably is better about this too. Like on these fanzines, they would go to their friends. So Arrow Comics, is local to my area, so they would start doing stuff. So like the Crow on the back of a fanzine, they would advertise a lot of the stuff from Caliber on the back because Caliber's out from this area. They would advertise a lot of Caliber stuff on the back of some of these fanzines because those were what showed up at cons. Like, how they give away free comic books now at cons sometimes when you go into the smaller shows. Back in the day, it was fanzines. Like fanzines would try to produce out there so that they could give it away. So sometimes you will find the ads for great stuff on the back of that and great artists doing their first work on the back of a fanzine. Look, for a couple bucks, I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Worth it.
Good stuff.
All right, guys. It's past my bedtime.
Steve, thanks for staying up late with us, brother. We appreciate it.
Jorge there. I'm just learning from the masters. I'm just taking it all in, and
we appreciate you, brother. And
do you have
any
guys?
Do you have any before you leave? Do you have any new blogs or anything exciting coming from My Bargain Comics?
Yeah, there'll be probably next week. We'll be putting out a new blog entry on Free Comic Book Day.
Nice.
No one's ever put together a comprehensive list of Free Comic Book Day comics, and
there needs to be.
There's a lot that haven't got their due, and might be the next Umbrella Academy.
Damn. Make sure you put that Aja. Yeah, there's some stuff. There's good Star Wars books in there too.
Yeah, so that's what's coming up with My Bargain Comics. And,
well, keep up the good work, bro, and we really appreciate you over here. So, thank you for joining us.
All right, have a good night.
See you, Steve. Hey, I just woke up, so I'm ready to turn up.
Yeah, I'm turning it over to you. All right, go, Carter.
Carter, I got a serious question.
What's up?
Did you go to the con?
Yes. Which one? Wait. What con?
Who is this?
Well, there was, I don't know. There were two. There was one last weekend, and then there was another one this weekend. I was at the one last weekend with you. Then there was one this weekend that Sleepy went to.
I thought it was online only. I tried to look it up, and I just couldn't. I thought it was just online.
It was like Adam.
Yeah.
It was like one. I think it was like his beach con.
No,
it was like October COVID con.
Okay, I knew really nothing about it, so I just kind of did other stuff.
Would you bring us?
I just got my car out of the shop, so I was just like, let's go drive. And what did I pick up? Okay, now this is the book that I'm the most excited about. So we have Spider-Girl #1 from 2011. And this is the Aranya version of Spider-Girl. And this is the 1 in 15 variant. I thought this was Jurjevic, but it turns out this is a Del Mundo variant. So, and I picked this up for $7. And the highest I've seen this go for was like 70. It was like a buy it now for 70. So I'm just like, okay.
Sir.
I've been after this for years. And I mean years. So I'm very happy about that. Yeah. So I found that. And, I found this for cover price.
Nice.
Another one. I keep tripping over these. Hallelujah. And what's another book?
You know what? Carter, did you find that in a Second and Charles? For some reason, I find those in Second and Charles all the time. I don't know why people are buying those books, man.
Yeah, I'm never at the book, like those second-hand bookstores. I'm never there. So this was just at a regular comic store. Just regular. And they must have just put this out. Must have. And Unstoppable Wasp #2. I forget this has to be the most recent version.
That is the newest volume.
Okay, so is this the 1 in 20? Is this the 1 in 25?
Damn.
I believe that is the 1 in 25 instead of the newest volume.
Okay, all right. So I found this for cover price.
Why is that a thing?
The previous volume, the first Nadia Pin stuff was pretty fire as far as price.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I still have to bag this one, and we have
That is from the first volume.
Okay.
That is the 1 in 25 for her number 1, I believe.
Sweet.
Or that's
a gorgeous cover.
Yeah. This is like super solid, and this book doesn't go for anything. It's a super solid cover. I still got to back
so the one, I think that is the 1 in 25 for her first volume.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
Okay, actually, they call that the incentive movie variant cover, and that one was, I believe, either a 1 in 20 or a 1 in 25.
Oh, okay.
I love that at least somebody knows what the fuck's going on at all times.
What?
At least there's one of us that always knows what's going on.
Here's something I may not show in the haul video, but Ice Cream Man what number is this? Number 16. This book is relatively high. Like all of the listings are for like $50 buy it now.
Jesus, Lord have mercy. Why?
And there is an auction going, and there's multiple bids on it. It's starting off low, but I'm really interested to see where it goes.
So, why? Why is that such a big deal?
These are really cool.
Just low print.
Yeah,
great covers.
Like it. Yeah, great covers. Just great covers. At least from my perspective.
All right, I get it.
And time out. And people keep. I'm sorry, I double mute myself. People keep referring to that series as the next Crypt Keeper series, and I think like if you know anything about that historically, like that's gonna be good. And if you read that book, honestly, I don't think they're wrong, right? Like I don't think they're wrong. Like that is definitely something that could be a hot series that people start watching and stuff. They actually do make that into a TV show. So I mean, Carter's great on that, and we grab some good stuff. Sorry, I'll go back.
All right, you got any more goodies?
I found this for cheap. This is a 1 in 25.
Ooh, I like that.
Featuring nice little, BB-8 cover.
The Last
Jedi. But it's not just that. So the last Jedi, is that number 1, right? That's the variant for number 1.
Okay, so from what I saw, it was the 1 in 25 for number 3.
3. Right.
Yeah.
So like okay, so even with number 3, when they did those Last Jedi reprints on a lot of that, or not reprints, but it's the actual movie print on some of that stuff, you have to think too, like when you start talking about Last Jedi, I know some of the characters don't seem great, but think about who in like Last Jedi started coming up, right? Like you had 3 different directors, and that's how Star Wars has always worked, excluding 1, 2, and 3. But you see like the sisters, you see type stuff like that, and they're going to keep bringing these characters back. And the death in Star Wars is not the final death, right? Like you have to die 3 times to actually. It's like Beetlejuice, bro. Like you don't die once. It's Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. You die 3 times to come up, and they keep rehashing some of those stories. So don't sleep on a lot of those rare ones. It doesn't matter if it comes out in that Last Jedi book. It doesn't matter if it comes out in the IDW stuff. Don't sleep on those books. You can get them cheap right now. So go ahead.
And
Ice Cream Man again. That's a good book.
Oh,
now,
you know
can
what?
we talk about this? So if you're trying to make a play on it because you think what Marco has explained makes sense to you, that maybe the rights or the IP is a little too complicated for Crypt Keeper, but it is comic book fever now for Hollywood, and you want to buy an Ice Cream Man book, do you buy the number 1 A cover, B cover, second print, a rare variant, later book there, or do you just try to grab runs of that, or anybody got any thoughts?
Variants. Grab the Dr. Seuss variants.
I'm sorry to say this because it sounds like a cop out, but like the truth of the answer is whatever you can buy for the cheap, the right price. Like not right. Cheap. Cheap's probably a wrong way to say it. If you can get it for cover or under, that's probably the way to go. I mean, like, look, there's people that
I'm team cheap. Don't get me wrong. I'm like you, dude. I like to buy things like a Carter Algorithm.
hey, cover price or die.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of, and like people, I know people. like we don't scream out that much about it, but like I know, like, so when you guys were talking moderns, and obviously you guys know I do a lot in silver, but like I do some moderns too. So this is one book that I got for cover.
That's a good one.
It's
so this one
you got that
sits in my
price.
And the reason why I bought this for cover when I did was because that is oh, sorry, I'll do it again.
It's a fucking 1 in 50 though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I got it for $20. So like the reason why I did it though wasn't even that. Like you have to think on different levels, right? Like the reason why I bought this book was because not only was it the re-edition of a popular character and they did a cleaner job and the artist said it was better, but on the novel, on the actual cover of that book, Mattina just stole the cover, which was a dope, like the dust jacket, and redid it with his art thing. We all know that, but that dust jacket had women getting excited about it, and I was about to say something that probably shouldn't be said anymore, and dudes, getting excited about it too. So like, hey, that's something when you hear people talk about it, you're like, yeah, I'm going to buy that for $20. And I remember even passing on it. Because some dude said, I'll sell it to you for $80 the week it came out. And I told him, go fuck yourself. I will go buy it in 3 weeks when it goes down. And it never went down. And this book still to this day, and wait when Thrawn comes out, because I know everybody's talking about Heir to the Empire. Like, yeah, okay. But when Thrawn comes out, there is such a big wave of people who will collect this book that it's just going to spike. Like, it really will. I mean, it's getting to the point. I think I don't watch the sales. You guys know me. I'm bad about watching sales and all. But the last time I saw them, they were selling for $500. $500 for a $20 book. I didn't press this book either, by the way. That's a win. That's a win, man. $20, and I think it's $18 because I 9.8 it with a bunch of other stuff. What is modern 9.8 about a year ago? I think it's $15, $18, whatever that is on the discount. Like, how can you go wrong with that type of stuff? But it does take, it's not just listening to us. It's actually getting that mindset of like, oh, dude, people are talking because they like this type of thing. And there's a bigger market for the new Thrawn. You got to look at it that way. And hey,
Star Wars, obviously.
I know a little bit about it, but that's not all. I know a little bit about everything, obviously, because of the fandom with the Eastham and everything else. But when you start getting on some of those other levels, like that's what you have to do. Like this book is actually in McClay knows the Go box that I have it in, and so does Nico. But there's big books in there. Like, and the reason is because it means something. Because this is one of those things where you kind of, if you talk to people, and I know Carter does this too, because he hits a lot of floors, he hits a lot of shops, he sees what people are going after, you know what I mean? And and you see what they do. Make sure that you're always nice out there and talking to people, and listening is the most important part of it, because then you can start getting these books for cheap. When he's got Ice Cream Man, when he's got that low print run, that's not just because he thinks like, hey, I read the book and it's cool. It's because people are talking about that book when he's in a different shop, or when he's on a different floor, or when he's doing something else. I think that's something we need to remember. Like, speculation is great, but make sure that you're not the only one speculating. You're listening to what people are saying out there.
That's actually something that I want to talk about real quick, and I'm going to see. Well, actually, we'll talk about it another time. I want to show something that I picked up some books that I showed. I got a ton of books because of my drunken chat addiction, where I listen to all the drunken chat guys while I'm drinking with them. So I got a ton of books. I nice. These.
What's the buy-in price for those, Brian?
I can't even. I'm not sure, dude. I'll be honest, man. A lot of these.
The buy-in price was one thing, and now it is something completely different.
Okay, so let's talk about this book right here. What is this selling for right now?
You can't touch that book now for less than $25, I believe.
Okay. What did it used to be?
$7.
It's like it's like cover
I gotta run over and grab like a stack of
I'm all in for that. I'm all in for
but like that's asking price. And here's the thing. If you guys are picking up any of the books that I'm talking about on Drunken Chat, you're gonna want to wait until they come back down to earth, or you're gonna want to find them the weekend that I mentioned them at your LCS.
Yeah, I love that Moon Girl stuff. I don't know why
you don't have it on a poll. I don't know what's wrong with you. I just don't. I don't get it.
That one's not my favorite artistically.
Can't be on a poll.
But no, there's a bunch of these little secret hidden variants that are just out there.
I picked up this one too. I like this because
you like the droids.
I like the droids. I love the droids, man. This is the variant for number 2.
Can anybody explain the Darth Vader the bot thing? I can't explain that.
I picked up like 3 or 4 of these.
First droids you kill, for as far as we know.
No, the Darth Vader one, not the
one that's like $200 or something. All of a sudden, it makes no sense already. I love that cover too, dude.
Beautiful.
I don't have that book, and it annoys me.
Yeah, I never see that.
I can't buy these store exclusive anymore like this because I must have got FOMO. We all get FOMO over this. I got FOMO over this Thor 6 madness, and I must have bought these from Unknown Comics forever ago, and I just got them last night. So wait till you see all these FOMO buys that I made. They're all FOMO buys, man.
But they're the version covers of Thor 3, Thor number 6.
I got like 5 of those. I got 5 of those.
Yeah.
You gotta parlay one of these books into getting rid of all of that shit.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, they sent you that in a fucking top loader? The top loader's probably worth more than a comic. I love that fucking cover, though.
And then 2 more of these fuckers, man.
Oh, my God.
But I did get, and I don't remember buying these either. This must have been some drunken modern comic book chat stuff.
That's cool.
There's like 5
those
of them.
books look like my charity buys from my local comic shop where I try to keep it from closing down.
You must have heard
I'm here to buy things.
Rumor somebody else heard about Iron Cat appearing, and then I had to be like, no, there's no way that's happening. But
those Iron Cats were cheap enough to buy into just in case that rumor causes more hype. I can sell them, right?
Yeah.
But this whole modern
store exclusives are dangerous, man. They really are. They really are.
Yeah.
So have you seen me do a spec matrix on a store exclusive yet?
No.
Probably won't either.
We're actually gonna hold on, Nico. I think it's probably the time that we're all getting to. How much longer do you guys think we're gonna go here? You got much more time here in Ultra?
I'm spent, but I'm like on fumes, so it's cool.
Yeah.
All right.
I just woke up. I'm ready. Let's get it. Let's do it. Fuck it. Let's do it.
I'm gonna try and bring in a couple more people. Let's see if we can get a couple more people in here, and we'll continue on.
All right. I'm elderly. Good night and farewell. I'm gonna go take my Geritol and the other things that people my age do. I don't know what they are, but I'm going to do them. I will be listening and then promptly falling asleep. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Ultra. Thank you, Carter. Thank you, Steve Horn. Brian, you are a legend, my friend. Have a good one, gentlemen.
Right,
it's been fun getting back with some of my buddies I haven't seen in a while, Nico.
And actually, I need to take back one of my comments about never doing a spec matrix on store exclusives, because there's always a chance. And actually, I start thinking about some of the good ones. I'm like, yeah, maybe. Whoops.
Hey, all it took was 2 purchases for me, and I'm like, I'm done. I'm out. I'm out of that bullshit.
Well, that had to be a while ago.
Crazy. He's like, you only do Star Wars. I was about to bring down the black boxes, but I don't think I'm going to drag those out yet.
No.
I think, where are we going with this? Like, I love these comments, dude. You guys get great comments here. And Carter, hey, good to finally meet you, man. I like a lot of
here.
what you do, man, bro. It's good, dude. I like what you're doing out there.
I'm mesmerized by your pickups that I can't beat people to the comments. Like, you pick up some ill stuff, man.
Yeah, it's smart. It's smart moves. Like, I mean, that's kind of like, I always hate, I've been around for a bit with the boys, and I just like, I hate when people are doing like easy stuff, right? Like if you're doing something you saw, whatever, you know what I mean? Like some of it's got to make sense, right? Like you have to get it. We talked about it earlier or whatever, but like get it when you're getting it. Get it for cheap. Get it for cover price. Get it for cheaper than cover price. Like Nico's like, well, it's an old book. Yeah, look, you have it on your poll, bro. I can't help you with that. You should have had it on your poll already. Like I don't how don't you have that?
Yeah.
Then that's it. Like Joe, I think Joe's right. Like I think Nick Carter does it. Like he gets out there, he knows what's coming up. He goes in there, he talks to people, and he gets that stuff going. And if you can't have it, if Ultra said it, if Ultra's telling you about it on a show already, you should have had it already.
Yeah, right.
You should have. And I don't think any of you guys don't do it. I think people need to understand, like, you're trying to give them the information ahead of time, right? But you have to look at the formula. And if you're not going to look at the formula, then you're never going to get to that level. So
Marco, like last night, I did a spec matrix where we were looking at some older variants, and there was a Dr. Afra #1 story thus far variant.
Yeah,
I'll bring it up.
I was looking for that today, and that thing is nowhere to be found.
I haven't looked up what the qualifier was for it, but I think it was Darth Vader 25.
It was I think you're 100% so. Yeah.
So if that was the qualifier for it, they would have made you have to order X amount of Darth Vader 25 just to be able to unlock the ability to order that one.
Yeah. So around that time, we've kind of hit this up in the show a little bit, but I don't think we get that deep into it to try to because some of the stuff they do, and we try not to knock anything on our show, right? Like we're very positive about a lot of stuff, even though some opinions aren't our own. We just try to be positive. But like one thing Marvel did, and we talk about it when we start talking about like the Obi books, because there's like a Obi journal thing that's coming out under Soul, and that might be play into the movie. But when this book was coming out, what Marvel was trying to do with some of their variants were they were trying to make you buy another book starting off of another arc, and so that you had so many in there, right? So like when Darth Vader 25 was coming out, they were trying to push up because they were going through that restructuring period after what was it? New now new whatever now new whatever
all new yeah.
All new now. Wow. Okay.
Yep.
So they're trying. So what Marvel was doing in the shops, I'm sorry, I always get confused by the writing on the side. I know I shouldn't look at it, but like what they were trying to do in the shops were trying to get you to order books that started to take a downward spiral. And at that time, because they were putting new artists and because Gillian was going on to Darth Vader, they were having trouble selling Vader. So they would make you order Vader almost at a was it 25? Because I thought it was 20. But they would make you,
20 was the last story thus far variant for Star
Wars. No, I mean like they make
one.
You order 20 books. It could have been 25, 20. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. They would make you order a certain amount of books of a different title so that title would sell because they'd already pre-printed off a lot of the books at this point. And I mean that's.
Well, the way these variants worked is you had to match a previous sale.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
for an older book that you already had. So they would look back in Diamond and like let's say this is Dr. Afra #1. They would look at Darth Vader #25 and
which
say,
came out, which was on your last FOC,
whatever it was before. Yeah. They say, okay, well, you need to order 125% of what you order for Darth Vader #25 for Dr. Afra #1, just to be able to unlock the ability to order this thing.
So it was a double. So they would reopen the order. In a lot of them, they would reopen the order. They would reopen the order form, so it would be late order pre-FOC. So your FOC would close. They would reorder it. So you could either option to order another 10 of the previous book that still hasn't come out yet, and on top of that, order 25 on top of the copies. Or you could match the original printing for the first print of the copy before. So that would have to be Darth Vader 1, which you would have to order like 50 for. So it was like a crazy matrix system. So they went to Diamond that year in Chicago, right? So Diamond was at C2E. Should we talk about this or no?
Yeah, before we do, let me I'm bringing somebody new into the convo. I want to introduce everybody to this is my buddy Corbin. I talked about Corbin earlier. Say hello to Corbin.
Hey. How's it going, y'all?
Corbin's a very interesting case study in what we're talking about because Corbin really wasn't ever into the spec game. He never really bought books to sell. He was always a reader, and he's kind of new to the spec thing and kind of just starting to gather information in his head, and he hasn't really jumped in feet first yet. but he's kind of learning. And it's a perfect example to kind of ask somebody who's never been there where they get their information from. So think about that, Corbin. We're going to ask you about where you get your spec information from and like the most medium. So think about that, but let's get back into that Afra conversation before we get to that.
So, I mean, what Marco was going to get into is basically everybody yelling at Diamond for their insane qualifiers.
Yeah. So
remember the hip hop variants that they had at like 300% of previous books. They're like, there's no way.
Yeah, it was.
Hell.
So like if Darth Vader 1, let's say, had sold in your store, now it's tough because I don't want to say my LCS because it's. Let's say it was 10. Let's say you had a 10 order, and it's not true. It had to be a lot more than this. Let's say you had 10. So this book, you would have had to sell of 25 Darth Vader. You would have had to sell the max, which I think probably at that point would have been 15. And then you would have had to sell. It was like a double qualifier. So you could have done it by doing that and then doing 200%, I think, of. Or you would have had to do 300% of the original for one. So it would have been
this. No, man, these were just straight up. They would give you a previous book, tell you this was the percent of the previous book you had to order. Yeah. And then you can order as many of these as you want.
But it got up to like 300% is what I'm saying. Like it got
on these later ones for these, some of them actually had dropped below 100% because people complained. Stores were like, we can't order these. You need to lower these qualifiers.
So that's why I was talking about this. So like it happened. So when they went into that CGC conference and actually this kind of hurt us a little bit as speculators when they went into that CGC, the C2E2 conference in Chicago that year. Yeah. That was the famous one where the guy yelled at, how do you expect me to sell these comic book characters, blah, 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 blah. They also started talking about this in that Diamond, in the Diamond VIP summit. And they were talking about the percentage. So these started coming down. But at one point, this was ridiculous because it was, I think there were some books where it was 300% on top of the original, like the first print of a different series. And it got dumb. I mean, it really did get dumb. So it's hard to find some of these books because even at 80%, if you're talking 80% on a new series compared to a series that was already unloaded with a great artist and a great, because Alpha didn't even really hit that far. I mean, it took a while for it to catch on. Like you got to think 80% on top of Vader 1, and that print was huge.
Well, I mean, even if it was based off of Vader 25, because Vader was ending, and that's where Dr. Aphra got her launch right after that series ended. So it's just one of those things, man. If you ordered 125% of that book to unlock the ordering, you had to order that much of cover A of Aphra #1 just to be able to unlock the ordering for this variant. Not including the incentives you had. So it gets.
Well,
they
threw
really
the incentives in. I think they threw the incentives in if you unlocked it. If you unlocked it, they threw the incentives in, but it was a huge number.
It was still cover A orders, though, man. That's what killed a lot of these stores. And that's the reason why you still see stores with backstock on like Champions #1s and just like ridiculous books. You're like, how? Why did you guys order 75 copies of this book?
Yeah.
Well, there was a qualifier for it. So some of them, WonderCon, you're right on some of them, but on some of them, the artwork is superior. And sometimes they're more rare than the 1 in 100s and the 1 in 25s. That
it was but this is the problem. So you got to remember a lot of those when they were trying to do the double qualifier, they already had books. It wasn't the first time they did this, and they already had backup and huge stocks, including the incentives, still sitting on the walls on a lot of these LCSs because the qualifier was so high that even the 1 in 15s or 1 in 25s weren't selling anymore because they get 10 of them. Like it just wasn't as rare as it should have been.
Mm-hmm. And he's right
I think that a lot of these, it's nice to finally learn some of this stuff. This back, I would call it like comic shop talk, backroom comic shop talk on how you get these books and the rarity of some of these, but it's so damn confusing. Like this is so damn confusing. I just want to know exact answers on a lot of this, and it would help not only speculators but comic fans in general. I think I don't understand why they're not printing some of this or not telling us what the print runs on some of these are.
Brian, there was a guy at that summit that was almost in tears trying to just ask for help of how to figure this thing out, man. Like it was bad. It was probably a low. I don't know. Like, I mean, I hate to say that. I don't usually talk about it this way, but like, I hate to say it, but it was kind of like a low point. Like, I don't think everybody had the right idea. Like, the big shops were complaining why.
Very true, Wonderworld. Inside baseball. It's exactly perfect word for it. Inside baseball. But yeah, this is let's just tie it up in a bow. This is a gorgeous cover that it sounds like. I'm so glad that during Drunken Chat last night or the other night, this is one of the few books that I out of your matrix that I went, all right, this is one that I'll buy. I did not like any of the other covers look wise, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't be something in the future because of rarity. And figuring out rarity for certain comics is really hard. But could you imagine jumping into this game and not knowing the rarity of any of these books? Like, even if they're not variants or you don't know some of the first appearances, and that's where somebody like Corbin comes along, so we can pick his brain about like where did you start learning about the speculation game and how it works in comic books?
So honestly, I mean, I still kind of think of myself as like a general newbie on it. At first, listening to comic book podcasts and hearing references, and for me, being all about the stories, I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Like, obviously, first appearances or what constitutes a cameo, and trying to figure that all out. I think a lot of it I had to do like meeting you and then working with Chad Solowicki and not only finding out comic book speculation investing, but also looking for that as like a focus and, really digging deep into like back issue comic price guides and trying to figure out some type of pattern, because it is really like a whole different game. And obviously it is, because a lot of pros that people who, this is their career going through it and finding, these big issues and stuff. But for someone like me who's trying to figure it all out, it was kind of going through the mud a little bit to kind of get a sense of how to kind of understand it.
It's very convoluted, man. It's very convoluted.
Real. So I gotta say, like, I tell you all the time, Brian, but I just listen to a lot of this show. I listen to a lot of the comic shows, and like most of it, like a lot of it, just from my comic background, I'm able to catch on, and some of like the finer details of what makes this edition better than this one, I'm like, what? But I figured by proxy, by osmosis, I'll grab more than a couple of pieces of information,
Yeah, well, we appreciate that, man, because it's nice to have like a case study of somebody that doesn't know how to do this stuff. And I always make Carter nervous, because I always talk about like Carter was my first foray into all this information, of course, was Wizard growing up. And that's why anytime Corbin comes over and goes through my room of books for sale, he always walks out with more Wizards than comics, right?
Yeah,
right?
I got a whole box I'm looking at right now from you.
Yeah, you see, dollar issues for Wizards are great information.
Isn't it crazy how right Wizard was, but they were just like 15 years off on some of these things?
You can still go and find good spec information from Wizard, man.
You can. And you know what? Shout out to Drew from Wanted Comics, who used to write for Wizard way back in the day.
Yes.
And provided the comic community with some just amazing information. And even some of it, the clock is right twice a day, right? Well, spec has been right twice in like 15, 20 years too. So it happens, man. It's crazy to watch the cycle come back around sometimes. So with that said, people like Corbin can kind of look at some of those old patterns and try to see what's emerging newly.
Great point.
And probably pick up on some things, which is what they were trying to do with Spider-Man and trying to repeat all of Peter Parker's mistakes with Miles Morales.
I never thought of it that way. I never thought about that way.
Well, they're pushing the Clone Saga right now, and everybody's like, why don't they get the Clone Saga right this time?
I always wondered why they always try to bring that Clone Saga back. I know a lot of people hate it and thought it was terrible, and the majority of the people think it ruined a big chunk of Spider-Man's history. But why do they keep bringing it back? Every chance they have to retread on that Clone Saga stuff, they jump in, feet head first.
Well, if anything, according to the response for the latest Miles Morales issue, says anything about that. I think the Clone Saga is officially done with a nail in the coffin this time.
Really?
Where's the buzz? Where's the buzz? The buzz was all there for 17 and 18, and all of a sudden 19, everybody went silent.
Yeah,
I haven't really heard anything about it.
How many times do we? And like Corbin, it's great to hear that about you too, because like that's like don't ever take it like that's how we all did it. Like if we didn't talk to somebody on the floor, I mean it was a little bit different then, but we all read Wizard. Like we all did that before these things were out there. Like I mean that's kind of like the thing. That's why you see us, because we get the vendor passes because we know the people, because we've been around for long enough, right? And like you're going to be there too. But this is the question with that. Like sometimes we get stuck up, and this is where I always try to do it, because I don't think, as much as I always seem like a know-it-all, like the one thing I don't know, and the one reason why I still go to LCSs and spend an hour on the floor every single week, is because I want to know what they're talking about. And like when Clone Saga, which I thought was whatever, and not my opinion, doesn't matter. But like when I heard dudes my age talking about it, and then or a little bit younger, even still too, or older, and like, why isn't this book good? And then you go in there and you hear people who are reading Miles or reading something that I don't read, because you know what? Like to be honest with you, I don't care. Like $5 a book, I don't care who you are. That's expensive to read all this stuff, right? Like it really is. But
Corbin, this, real quick, this is a perfect question. What has reading Wizard so many years later? Has there ever been something that you remember reading in Wizard so many years later? You know, that you went, holy shit, I can't believe that. That really stands out that you're learning from rereading.
I think the biggest thing is, and I love going back to the features where they go into, you know, the new creative teams going into, you know, Marvel, and a lot of it. I was reading one a couple days ago, and it was like just the start of you had the classic Marvel, you had Ultimate Marvel. They were trying to break down like where the comic industry is, what it should be, and where it's going from each publishing house. And I thought that was really interesting in terms of, it was more of an outlook on the specifics of the comics and why readers aren't attracted to what they're getting right now. Because, you know, let's say in the 96 issue, people were tired of Superman grabbing all these different powers. They just wanted Superman to go back to what he was, and not just the gimmicks and the death of Superman and stuff that DC was doing to get big comic sales, but little else in terms of actually luring in readers. And so I think for me, it was learning a lot about the history and the future and seeing that twice. I was laughing because I've been watching for a couple minutes now, a couple hours now, and they were showing how Batman Beyond #1 back then, they're like, wow, it's a surprise, it's already going up for like $8-9, and I was laughing because I just saw, you know, you guys were talking about it maybe 20 before I was leaping through, and I was like, that's hilarious. So like, yeah, this book could be a hot book, and I'm like, yeah, you don't say, you know, 20 something years later.
Yeah, that's dope, man.
And you know what, Joe would have been right if they didn't cancel that animated movie that they had completely made, which you can watch for free on YouTube right now. If you were a Gen 13 fan, you probably already know about that movie, though.
Wow.
Yeah, I love that shit, man. I love finding out new information and stuff through those magazines. Not only Wizard, Alter Ego, and what was the other one? The Amazing Heroes. They have a lot of them, but Wizard was just so good. And one of the things that I remember looking at every week, every month, was going through and looking at the up and down arrows to tell you what was hot and what wasn't. I mean, they gave you the hot 10, which is, you know, if you guys look at the hot 10 that CBSI does, we really do an homage to that Wizard hot 10. We use the same, you know, type of font, because that's who we're trying to emulate, because that hot 10 was the shit. Everybody first thing they did, boom, go to the hot 10. Look, see what was the hot 10. And then you
guys are reading all the fluff. You know that? You guys are reading all the fluff. You know what I was reading?
The little parts on the bottom where they talked about what happened in certain issues?
Nope, I was reading Comic Values Monthly.
Yes, I remember that one. That one had too much words and not enough pictures. Not enough shinies. Yeah.
I wasn't even reading the article stuff. I was just in the back looking where it said 1STAPP, and it would give a name. I'd be like, oh, that's somebody's first appearance. That's the reason why that book is $10. And then I keep going through the list, and I just pay attention to issue numbers, first appearances, and that was what got me started way back then. But dude, the Hero Illustrateds and the Wizards from back then, they really were everything that we would look at the Wizard, and then we'd look at the Wizard and be like, oh my God. And then we'd look at the shelves and we'd look at the back issues and we'd try to find half this stuff. And I remember hanging out in the comic stores and kids would be looking at Wizard, and then they'd read through it, and then they'd look up at the guy and be like, hey man, do you have a New Mutants 87? And then the guy at the counter just laugh at him like, no.
There was
I don't have that book.
There was a couple books that Wizard always put in one of the lists, whether it was the top 5 over 25 or the hot 10 or the top 5 on the rise. There was like 3 or 4 books that would always be in one of those lists, and that was like first appearance of Moon Knight was always seemed to be like the book everybody wants to go find. You know what I mean? Like that was the one. New Mutants 87 was always on some type of list in that book.
I remember Harbinger #1 being always in the top 10, always.
Because you couldn't find it. Oh my God. Do you know how hard and long I searched for all those early Valiant books, the pre-Unity Valiant stuff?
Oh hell yeah!
It happened like right around the same time as I moved from Jersey to Maryland. So for me, it was tough. But I moved to a place that had a comic shop. I was like, all right, I got one comic shop versus like the 4 I could walk to, before, which kind of it humbles you, man. Like damn, I only got one source. But then I found out that the 7-Elevens around me got newsstand copies. And I found out they had Mark Jewelers when I yanked them out of the middle of the 2-page spreads. Yeah, so
they loved McFarlane and Ross though. Like Wizard loved McFarlane and Ross too. So like they were the first ones when you were talking like Ross stuff. Like they were giving it to you, and they were giving you all little bits of it. They were. I mean, I know the 99 300 thing. I get it, but like. Those were guys, because if you think about like the old Overstreet, when they used to do their quarterlies with 80 and 81.
298 was the book according to Wizard because it was the first McFarlane artwork.
Yeah, McFarlane artwork.
You remember how Wizard always used to highlight the artists and the writers.
Yeah, that's what got me to fall in love with creators first.
It was big. It was big spec on first Frank Miller writing. Yeah. Remember first Frank Miller,
Sam Keith and Primer, first Eric Larson, first Jim Lee
and X-Men. Yep, all those books were always the targeted books that.
First Frank Miller and Daredevil was a big one, the 158.
Yeah. I mean, these were the books that always had the market share and the money that people were chasing, because back then people used to speculate on story.
Yeah, origins.
Origin books, first appearance books, all those 2 were like the huge money makers at the stores.
So let's talk about that then real quick, because there are some books that, like, if we were back then, would be worth a bunch of money and that really aren't. And one of them I can think of is like Spider-Gwen, first Origin of Spider-Gwen, Origin of Miles. Like some of those, why aren't they like worth that money?
Well, I mean, isn't the Origin of Spider-Gwen worth the money because it's Edge of Spider-Verse 2?
I don't think so. I think it's isn't it like Marvel Team Up, something like that? There's like a team up book where they talk about a first origin.
Well,
I'll look for it.
The problem with it is, and I think you have to go further back than that. I think you have to go back to the Overstreet Guide and the Overstreet Quarterlies, right? So like how Overstreet used to work is they used to put out their annuals, they used to put out quarterlies, and then after that, it was like the old man book, right? Like it was like the baseball card collector in the 90s book, right? So then Wizard comes up and they do something a little flashier. They start bringing in the more importance of artists, right? And they start putting them on their front covers. They start doing the cover. So it's better than Bob's book because the covers are way sweeter. They're doing the top 10 list now instead of just doing like the illustration, ask what's going on show floors and everything like that. And then they start talking about actual storylines where like when you start looking at, because before that, you got to think the quarterlies would put out, and that's where 180 and 181 come down. And we're not getting into that controversy, but like, they printed it differently, like, and they had gone to shows halfway through the year. And then all of a sudden that book switches, right? Like, so, but you saw it happen too with 298 in the McFarlane thing, and Wizard fell into the same trap, and then it did the 300, right? So like you see the same thing, but Wizard became the flashiest in it, the Flash, right? In the 90s, it was the Flash, and that's all the 90s were. Like you didn't have to draw feet anymore. You just had to have big muscles. You know what I mean? You didn't have to have the wrestling technique of some people. You just had to be Hulk Hogan. Like that was kind of the thing. And to be honest with you, it attracted a lot of us to Wizard because when you're looking at a black and white book and telling you what origin stories were, or like, hey, there's 16 values and this is how you grade, and there's an owl card. Wizard didn't do that. Wizard just told you like, this is cool. And you want to know why it's cool? Because there's brilliant colors, there's brilliant artists, there's brilliant storylines that we will tell you about, and this is how great it will be. And we'll rank stuff. And I think that's why Wizard did as well as it did for as long as it did.
Wizard was regarded as the West Coast price guide when I lived on the East Coast because none of the stores or people at shows would use it or honor the prices in it. They would all use CVM, and CVM had a grip on every place that I went to: New York, New Jersey, Maryland, DC, Virginia, that whole stretch. So the Wizard price guide didn't really impact me as much as the articles did. But I do remember eventually CVM being like, okay, we're done. Like, what? Because Wizard put them out.
Yeah, but Wizard was putting out so much stuff.
But if you actually looked at them every month, though, you would see the discrepancies in price and be like, why is this book this much more in Wizard? And it's because it's being talked about.
Yeah, that was it. And they would put out the half guides. They would pull honestly, the cover art, they could pull whoever was hot in the moment, whatever great thing was coming down, where some of those guys that were doing quarterlies or doing yearlies just couldn't keep up with it. And that's what put CMB down. That's what Bob was lucky to keep around for as long as he did, but like Overstreet was it, man. I mean, that was
Comic Values Monthly every month would put out their updated pricing, and they were the only competitor that Wizard had.
Yeah, but Wizard's books were like the cover.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. They brought in.
It was crazy.
They brought in the extra gloss and all that stuff, man.
And then they start throwing cards in the back of them and the wraps and everything else. So and that was in the same era where you were doing the Marvel collective cards and that type of stuff too.
Those chromium cards that they put in Wizards for a while, they put a different character and they were chromium die cut. And they were gorgeous. And I still have my set, and I would love to try and complete that set. I remember the Spawn and the Spider-Man ones were so dope.
Did anybody ever speculate on Wizard magazine?
Yes, right here.
I got a box.
Do you know how stupid I am right now, though? If I had known this book was what it was, I would have totally left it in a poly bag. I have one of the Hero Illustrated issue #1 platinums.
Wow!
Oh snap!
Hell yeah!
Wow! Hold on! Hold that up again. That's crazy history. I didn't even know there was a platinum.
Hero. I know most people think it's purple. It's not. There's platinum issues out there without the purple in it.
That's what's up.
So, didn't Hero also at one point put the ash can for Alien in the back of the Hero started putting
it was in the poly bag of that one with Deep Space Nine and Batman Predator.
You're really gonna make me run into the garage at this point, aren't you? Because
you guys, I've talked about it before. I've spec'd on Marvel on Wizard for a long time. I have a lot of them unopened. And I buy all the Adam Hughes covers, like the J. Scott Campbell covers, all the homage covers they did. I always buy #1s when I see them in good condition. That San Diego Comic-Con variant and #1 is super hard to find. Like Wizard magazines, they've got some really good original covers by Greg Horn, J. Scott Campbell. They got a Snake Eyes versus Wolverine cover by J. Scott Campbell that is fucking gorgeous. And they have some covers that they didn't do anywhere else. They've got some really good Alex Ross covers. I think Wizard is a great thing to spec after if you can pick them up for $1 a piece, which you can in a lot of areas. Yeah. A lot of areas. And there's some early artists first in there, like. Remember Wizard used to do the envelope where you draw on the envelope and send it into them, and they would pick one every month? Well, some of those, if you look in those Wizards, some of those are young artists who have gotten big.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I could have swore J. Scott Campbell did one of those, did he?
Nintendo Power.
And he's got it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll find it here for you.
Yeah, I was at a show in 1992. And there was a Wizard magazine with Art T. Barrett. He did all the X-Women. And I paid $15 for it. I'm up for thinking, it's going to be worth 50 in the future. You know what I'm saying?
This is the very first published J. Scott Campbell art. I think it was when he's like 13 years old.
All right.
There's like a 4-page spread in here. He won a contest. He drew the Ninja Turtles, and he won a contest in this. And this is a Nintendo Power issue. I think it's 10, but it's from May, June of '89, and I think it is issue 10. But and then
solid guy about life too. By the way, that guy legit Campbell.
Oh
nice
yeah.
guy.
This right here is the one, right?
Dope.
Look how beautiful this is. I have 2 copies of issue 1 that are just gorgeous. One is the free sample copy, and one is the one I just showed you. And I got
the free sample, bro. I trashed that book though.
So how I got number 1 in such nice a grade? It came with these 2 things, which was the Batman issue. Right when Batman the movie came out, and an index, a complete reference to the games featured in the first 50 volumes of Nintendo Power. Right.
Whoa.
And those 3 issues came in a unopened Trapper Keeper set from the late 80s, early 90s that they did with Trapper Keeper. It's a Nintendo Power Trapper Keeper set. I'll go grab it here.
I think I had that, man.
So I'll go grab it while you guys chat. Yeah, I'll be right back.
No kidding. Crazy
No, but that's
stuff.
cool, and like that's another thing too. Like, so a lot of these things, like if you go to some of these boondock, should I say that? What the fuck ever. I'm drunk, so fuck y'all. If you go to some of these boondock auctions and get stuff, like you got to remember, a lot of these dudes in the 90s were like stockpiling like trailers full of shit, right? Like, don't let it sleep on it, even if it looks like it's damaged. There's a story of me and somebody else, and I'm probably not gonna mention his name, but we went down to like, oh yeah, that's dope.
Wow.
I think that is the Trapper Keeper that I had, man, and I think I had the magazines.
Is that 91, Brian?
These are super rare. It's from '89, and I own 2 of them. I own this one, which came with everything but the sealed part, and I own one that's never been opened, and it's black. They came in 2 colors. They came in a dark blackish silver color or a dark blackish color, like but not totally black, and then like a gunmetal type color black, and then this color, this like silver gray color. But this one still has the sleeve in it, right? It's never been, and it opens up. This is really cool stuff. So there we go. It opens up like an old school Trapper Keeper, and in it, those Nintendo Powers would have laid in here. But the special thing is, as you guys can see the little pens there?
Yep.
Those pens, if you take them out.
They say Nintendo?
Oh, snap.
Nintendo Power.
Wow.
Yeah. So they all say Nintendo Power on them. So super, super rare thing to find. I look for them. They're one of my saved searches on eBay. There's probably some up there right now because I haven't looked in a while. So
there's a dark gray one without the magazines or the pens for $100.
There you go. So I got really lucky on these. I picked them up for super, super cheap. I think I got the first one for like $40, and the second one I paid the unopened one I paid like $90 for it. But they do, have covers in them. So these were in there. So the number 10 is in there. So very cool stuff.
I think I did have one of those because all those Nintendo Powers look very familiar. Besides, I know we had the promo version because it was trying to get me to subscribe to it. And yeah, man, that's Throwback City right there.
That's cool.
That's neat.
So Carter, let's get into some of the. Have you picked up any real goodies lately, like bangers that you've talked about on your YouTube channel?
Yeah, hold on one second. Yeah, I'm gonna try to grab them.
Everybody has been saying in the chat that they want to see some Merconaut goodies, some goodness. So for those of you guys that don't know, check out Merconaut on his YouTube channel. It's just search Merconaut on YouTube or youtube.com. I think Merconaut, and you'll find his channel. His channel brought a lot of us back into this hobby, and he does just really get to the point of showing you the books, and that's it. He just puts the books up, talks about them a little bit, and ready to rock. What you got here? Let's see here.
Okay.
We got some black
McClay.
cat. What's that? Ooh.
Follow up to that one. And then I'm joining you too.
Yes.
But turn it over to Mercer now, because I know he's got fire.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I was at a show last weekend, and I happened to find this for $2.
Ooh. This is Heir to the Empire 1, the first appearance of Thrawn.
My man Thrawn.
But isn't that also the first appearance of Mara Jade?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And the funny thing was, like, when I was at this booth, I could have swore, because I was looking over, and there were already guys there, because this is the type of guy, he just, like, blows out books. You know what I'm saying? So, like, there were guys with stacks of books already, and I'm just thinking, I'm not going to find anything. And sure enough, I find this for $2. And I had been searching for this.
Yeah, and never listen, you guys, it pays off sometimes to go through those boxes that people have already gone through.
Okay. Now this book here, this is just a speculation play right here. So we have Marvel Previews Volume 2, Number 3, featuring the quote unquote first appearance of the Frank. I mean, Amadeus Cho as the totally awesome Hulk. I figured I saw it up there for $20. I'm like, what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? Let's go ahead and buy it.
Yeah, if it turns into the same Miles craziness, or if it gives you half the amount of the Miles gave everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
So I got pause for a second.
Sure.
On previews, please hedge your bets. If everybody's going out there going crazy over X-Force 13 and Wolverine, go get the previews from 2 months ago. Continue.
Yeah.
Oh, and I have another preview. Hold on.
Which was it? You have one of those ones you were talking about? Because I think you were showing it the other night.
I showed it on Lucas's when we were doing the previews.
I remember that.
Every time Lucas did a previews, I had the Marvel previews ready.
Yeah.
The first one was the cover for Exosword's Creation. The second one, a month later, was the cover for Stasis, which I was like, well, here's Solom right there. and it had everybody named except for Genesis.
Corbin, are you reading the Marvel stuff right now, or are you still just sticking mainly to DC?
I'm moving back to Marvel. I've been sticking to mainly DC, and I've been paying the price for it. So I'm a slide back over. I was doing the recent Venom and then the Avengers, but that was really it on the Marvel side for me. So I'm going to my LCS tomorrow actually and gonna readjust my my books.
Well, we'll have to give you some advice on that here in a little bit.
I need it, please. Thank you.
All right, now I found a copy of this in the dollar bin. This was like a few months ago, okay?
Ooh.
And then I saw this on eBay for like $25, like maybe a couple of weeks later. And I'm just like, all right, let's go ahead and buy this. And I bought this book like probably back in June. I still have yet to even show it on one of my videos, but so we have Marvel Previews number 51. And what I like about this is that it actually features the artwork from the variant, that really tough to find variant. And I'm like,
McGinnis variant. Yeah,
this was for me. This was a no-brainer to pick this up.
I left that variant for $15, man. I'm an idiot, but okay, keep going.
Yeah, I did that too. So, and I have not seen any other copies of this. And, like, these Marvel previews are just, they're tough to find anyway. But something like this, let's go.
Take a chance on it for a buck. Yeah, take a chance on it.
Yeah,
that's the same reason I buy a lot of those fanzines for cheap. I'd take a chance on them. You might find something cool.
Oh yeah, and this is the store variant.
Ooh, I forgot about that one.
And the funny thing was, okay, now this book, when was this available? This was available for purchase.
And Marco just walked away. He would definitely know this. Solo Wookie's in the chat. Hopefully he knows. This is the Peach Momoko Clone Wars Darth Maul variant.
Yeah, okay. like I'm so ignorant to store variants. Like when you are on their site and like there's that scroll down, that drop down. Like I thought, because I bought 2 of these, right? And I'm just thinking, oh, that's it. But you have to buy the Virgin and the trade dress variant, and I just forgot to do that. You know what I mean? So, but something tells me if I had gone for the Virgin too, because this thing sold out in like a couple of seconds. You know what I'm saying? So, if I had gone for the Virgin too, I don't even think I would have got this. You know, so.
That's the crazy part. That's another bad thing about these store exclusives is you just can't get them because sometimes the bots just
Or there really is more than 4,000 people going for Peach Momoko stuff at the moment. Which
the bots are bad. I mean, it's across the board. If you get into toys, like the bots thing, we kind of get into a little bit too. Like it's crazy how you start seeing some of this stuff go. But I will say this: a lot of places are starting to combat it. So now they will slow roll. So make sure you always check back in because
Marco, do you know where this issue came from? This variant, what store? Was this a Frankie's variant, guys?
This one?
Yeah,
that's what somebody in the chat said. Keep an eye on Frankie's for that Peach Darth Maul.
I don't buy Frankie's.
I remember I got this from a store in Canada. I forgot their name.
Okay, so maybe it's like some of them went to Frankie's and some of them went to. They do that, you guys. So if you guys don't know, when they sell exclusives, sometimes they'll sell these exclusives called team exclusives, I think, where they will split the print run up between 3 different stores. So they'll send 1,500 to Mike's Comics and Cards in Virginia, and another 1,500 to Sub Under the Sea Comics in Florida. And they'll both say store exclusive, right? But because it is, but they're just split up between 3 stores.
Hey, does anybody know anything about this?
Yes.
Okay, what do you know about this?
It's the newest Deadpool run. What issue number is that one?
This is number 2. And I don't know if it's like a 1 in 25 or not.
I could tell you in a matter of seconds, actually. So that run is the Elsa Bloodstone, Deadpool, and Jeff the Landshark.
Okay.
Good stuff.
I love how Jeff the Landshark is starting to get some play on.
It's a thing. Yeah. But yeah, this is a book. I had been after this for like maybe probably a month or something like that before I found it. And just because I really dug this cover.
It is a dope cover, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
So you have there, 2B incentive, 1 in 25 most likely.
All right, cool, sweet.
So, yeah, Indolfo, Merca Indolfo variant cover.
Shout out to Card Collecting Addict who is joining us. Much love, brother. We're glad you found us for some late night.
Oh yeah. And I found this for $2.
Ooh. Corbin, do you know about this book?
Very little. Please tell me.
All right. So school us on some Rust. What issue is this? This is Rust number 1.
Number 1 special edition. As you can see, it's shiny. It's we have the foil. We have the foil here and foil right there. And it is sort of kinda the first appearance of
one of the early appearances of Spawn in print.
Wow.
Yeah. Along with
rusted staples. Every copy of Rust number 1 has rusted staples. I don't know if that's the gimmick. I don't know, but every copy I've found of Rust number 1 has rusted staples.
Since we're going so OG on the old appearances of Spawn. Printed before Spawn number 1, if all of our sources are correct. And
dude, I passed up so many copies of those.
And y'all, wow.
Yeah, we're a bunch of old people who don't get rid of stuff. That's what we are.
I got a box upstairs, gentlemen. Yeah. All right, let's get back into this Mercenot craziness.
Oh, and I found this for $50. Look how beautiful this is.
Wow.
The deal with this, and I heard you talking in your video, man.
Yeah.
I saw you picking it up. You're just like, man, this thing looks like it's a really good copy.
Yeah.
3 staples.
Yep.
So they are super, super tough to press. They also are very, very tough on 9/8s, man. 9/6s,
yeah.
9/6s, there's a ton of them.
Yep.
9/8s, I don't know, for whatever reason, man, it's a tough book in 9/8.
Do you remember for a time, this was maybe a couple of years ago, like 9/8s of this were going for like 1,500. This is for like a really short period of time, but they were going for like 1,500. I don't think they're going for that anywhere near that now, but over time.
Is this have the doesn't this have like a coupon or something?
Yeah, a coupon for Harbinger number 0.
So if your copy right there is near mint plus looking, has the coupon, you need to send that in for grading.
Yeah,
man, I'm too afraid. I'm too afraid.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. But understand this, that that is one of those books where, again, and you heard me talking about it back in the 90s, man. Valiant was realism that had been missing from comic books in a lot of places.
Oh yeah.
That is what sold those stories.
Well, let's see here.
That is an iconic book, man. And in 9.6, it's not going to get a whole lot of money. In 9.8, it's going to get a whole lot of money.
Yeah, it looks like one just sold for $830 on September 20th.
So
9.8.
What's the most recent 9.6 sale though?
There is. I don't see one. I don't have GPA or anything like that, but
here I can actually find it.
A 9.4 sold for $149, but that was CBCS. A 9.6 sold for $184, $185.
Do you see the difference there?
Yeah.
That's huge. And
yeah,
this is
177, 190. So 750 sold the 9.8. Yeah. So I wonder how many of these 9.6s are worth buying to crack and press for an extra $400 or $500. I mean, that's easy money.
Yeah, I'm seeing $200 sale on 10.3, a 163 on 9.28, 245 back on September 12th for 9.6s, and then there's a 9.6 qualified that's still sold for 150. So there is Harbinger is like being one of those early Valiant books, man. You got to get that one.
So there's 2 parts with Harbinger. When you had what's his name over there at Valiant, he was talking, and originally that was what it was supposed to, because we did sell one at the higher price, because they were talking about the opening of Bloodshot. Before that, he was pushing Harbinger through, and that was going to be the next huge thing. So when you could get the coupon with the 3 staples, by the way, I would not suggest buying 9.6s and trying to crack, because the pressing situation in those books is a whole different. Somebody put it again. That's another rabbit hole that I don't think we were going to get down to on this point. But like, if you could get those, like it was, man, it must have been 2 years now ago where we were just submitting the crud out of those books. We were throwing in everything we could. We would try to press, and we'd do an extra cold on it to try to make sure that we wouldn't pop the second staple. Plus, when you had the coupon in it, you had to be careful because the coupon could tear apart. Like, you didn't want to get all that stuff going on in those books, right? But if you could get them, because the news was so hot at that point, and people actually thought there was a lot of potential going through, because Dinesh was like huge on those books. Like, it was huge market time. We've got a bunch of the Valiant boys are huge friends of ours. So we were all in on what they were saying. I mean, across the market, those were going good.
The resurgence that happened. And it was like a wave. All of a sudden, Valiant books were cool again.
Yeah.
I always love Valiant.
Not only cool, but they were selling, and you can still find them. The Valiant diehards will tell you how superior they are because they collect and they sell Valiant. And at one point, the 9.8s were coming out there. Now, the Valiant boards are a little bit more protective, I guess, of some of their members now. And there's a little bit more insiding depending on how long you've been there, how much trading they're going to do back and forth with some of those books and everything else. But if you can still get those in 9.8s, I would not crack 9.6s. I will tell you right now, you can do whatever you want. It's your money.
Most of the 9.6s have already been pressed by CGC's pressing services. So
or by somebody who's pretty good enough to get it to where it needs to be, and you're going to pop them at the end of the day. So I wouldn't do that. But like, if you could still find them someplace, just submit them to submit them. Like they're not. You can find those books. I mean, Carter will tell you. You can find
9.8. Oh yeah. If that thing looks 9.8, man, send it. Absolutely.
I can't imagine this thing being a 9.8 though.
Send it anyway. How much did you pay for it?
$50.
Ooh, well, I mean, at that point, you got to start making an opinion on what you want to do. But
I bought a B one for $7.
On site it for 18 when these open back up and see what you can do, bro. I mean, it's only. I mean, you'll be what, $68 into it?
Yeah.
What's another 18? I mean, I don't know what your thing is, but what's another 18?
Yeah.
Because that could get you 800.
But the third staple is the reason why their 9.8s are tough, because they usually the paper will stretch and dry over time. And
I noticed there's a ton of
that's
like
a coupon staple.
tears in the spine splits in these a lot.
For a while there, CGC was taking that under consideration because they had such a huge complaint. So CGC was taking that under consideration as manufacturer defect. That's one thing you guys have to, or a lot of you probably already know this, but like if you can find books that are manufacturer defects, we're talking like what was that, Thanos 18 or whatever, the one that had the Marvel rub on it. You had that on a lot of the Valiant 13. You had a lot of the Valiant books because of the third staple split, because of the coupon split. Like CGC will, especially if you put it in the notes of the manufacturer defects, they used to take that into consideration. So you never know. Like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like some of those books have, and go and find out if that's one of the books that get easily graded because of consideration, because they will take into consideration now where they didn't originally do that. But I know, especially with Marvel Rub coming through and some of the other books, like Valiant does, because of the coupon staple, they do give some of those books a manufacturer defect.
Right.
Doesn't affect grade. Manufacturer defects don't affect grades, by the way, or didn't.
All right, next goodie.
Okay, now
spec.
I talked about this, and how many weeks ago did the Century get hot? That Century number 4 and 5.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Okay. So I was thinking about this. This is the 1 in 50 variant. And like I said in my video, first appearance of the Century family, you know, you have Kid Century and Lady Century and all that kind of stuff. And they wound up getting killed, and like they're all dead by like the 3rd issue, but they can always come back.
Sleepy John was actually just talking about issue 2 earlier tonight.
Yeah. So why not? You know, why not? And this is a 1 in 50. So, and like, how many stores ordered 50 copies of Century number 1?
And the price is right too.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
yeah. So why not? Why not? Damn it. Why not? And let's see what else. What else? What the hell else? Oh. Okay. Now, I saw this and I had to buy it just because.
Oh yeah, that's a great book. Yeah,
the bikini cover with and a newsstand variant.
That's a tough book.
Book.
I like it.
Yeah, it was cheap enough. And let's do one more. This book is really getting hot. This book is really and this was in the $2 box as well.
Ooh.
Wow.
So
wow.
And let's talk about this. This is a book that a lot of people buy to pair with the Batgirl Adventures book.
Batgirl Adventures, yeah. That one shot, yep.
Beautiful when they pair them together and they put them in a double frame type thing. Oh, they just look so good. Here's another perfect example of how amazing Bruce Timm is. Bruce Timm started as a animator. If you guys don't get a chance, watch the Heart of Batman documentary on Batman animated series. I think you can find it on YouTube for free. Bruce Timm started as an animator, and they just liked what he gave a sketch sheet to the producer of Batman and his animated series and said, here's some of my work on Batman that I'm thinking, tell me if you like it. And she said, sure, you're the producer of the show. So he went from being an animator to a producer of one of the most all-time great animated things ever put on film, to now he's just probably getting paid going to Comic-Con, signing these amazing books that he also put out.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
I think I said something about this earlier somewhere else. The Amazing Spider-Man 49 Bruce Timm variant that just came out.
Yeah.
Amazing cover, getting lots of reception. The Spider-Gwen #1, sitting there watching the Bradshaw variant, kicking everybody and busting people's faces. So Bruce Timm,
crazy,
though, man. It is crazy. Some of his art is really good and well received, and some of his variants aren't. But that one, really good stuff. That Mary Jane variant too, also doing.
Yeah, there is a Luke Cage variant. I have that book. It's a Luke Cage variant. It's it has that that exploitation movie poster feel to it.
Yes.
Yeah, so that to me, that one is gorgeous, and I love that one. I don't know if it's worth anything or not, but when I saw it, I'm like, I had to buy that one. But I don't know where the hell it is.
I was just looking at eBay stuff, and this kind of blew me away that this Mortal Kombat comic, the collector's edition comic book, 1993, $300 book.
Wow.
We have to look in to see if this was a special book that was given out or what, because this book, I did not know this book was out there. Have any of you guys heard about this book?
Never seen it before.
Yeah, right. Never.
So here we go. We talk about video game books a lot. Here's another one of those video game books.
Wait. That was wait. Show me the front cover again. That was it was in a pack-in comic, collector's edition comic. I bet you that's probably a small size. It's not even a real full-size comic.
So they do like that Sonic book that they put in Man of Steel. I forget whatever it was that has the whole preview Sonic book. People actually remove that and get that graded as the first appearance of Sonic by CGC. Well, I don't know if they go.
I have that Justice League, by the way, with the first Sonic book in it.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. There's Justice League, Man of Steel, and another one that has that first Sonic book. But all right, let's take a look and see if we can find what this is real quick here. Amazon.com. Ooh, yeah, there's a lot of them. They can get them signed. That's pretty cool. I like it.
Wow. But I bet you it came with the video game. And it probably slid inside the video game slipcase.
Yeah.
Because I remember having Mortal Kombat 2 for Genesis, and it having something in the side, I think, underneath the instruction manual.
They also put some of those in the back of Heroes.
Oh, that's true. They did.
All right. Guys, it is way late over here.
I think it's getting to that point. I agree.
Listen, I'm surprised I haven't crashed.
Yeah, we had a great night tonight, guys. I want to thank everybody that's joined us in the live chat. I want to thank Corbin for coming on, just jumping in with us at the end. We didn't get enough. I just wanted to at least introduce you to the crowd. Corbin's a good guy, and we're going to try and get him a little bit more involved on what you guys are seeing. So make sure you guys go check out Absolute Geek Podcast, which is every Friday night at 10 p.m. Eastern time, I believe, something like that.
Yep.
So check that out. All right, everybody that joined us tonight, thank you so much. Carter, we appreciate you jumping in, taking us the second part of the show. Perfect timing. Marco, thank you for joining us. And, of course, Ultra Maximus, you the man. Thank you for everybody else. We will see you guys next time.